And thank you for joining us. I'd like to please ask that you all silence your cell phones. At this time, we will invite Major Daniel Henderson from the Salvation Army to come forward to lead us in the invocation. Please all arise.
What a wonderful day it is in this great city with so much opportunity. Thank you to all of you who are leading and governing our city for all of the difficult work you do each and every day. Oh, it works now. That's good. Shall we pray? Lord, we're grateful today for our freedom, for the liberty that we have. We're grateful, Lord, that we have the ability to choose those who will lead us. We're grateful also, Lord, that we have the ability to support them and to support the development of our community. Lord, we pray today that you would give wisdom to our leaders and guide them in their discussions and deliberations. We pray that you would help them, Lord, to tackle the tough issues and to make the difficult decisions that will make our city great. We pray, Lord, that you would help them to find their way through intractable differences. We pray also, Lord, that you would give them wisdom not just to see what is best for today, but what is best for our city in 10, in 20, in 50 years, and help them to make those hard decisions, even in the face of opposition. Lord, we also pray that you would give them wisdom with the weighty and difficult issues of our day, and that you would help them to safeguard the lives of our people, the livelihoods of our businesses, Lord, and our freedoms, so that we can all enjoy them. Bless us today, Lord, then, in these council chambers. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. And I'd like to ask Councilmember Marquez to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Thank you, Major Henderson. Thank you, Councilmember Marquez. You may be seated. This time I'd like to ask the City Attorney to report out on closed session.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We had a number of items on the calendar. There's only action taken on a couple of items. One was the item listed. These are all items listed under A, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. In the case of the people of the state of California, by and through the city attorney for the city of San Bernardino versus Cush Concepts Collective et al. Council gave settlement directive by a vote of 6-0 with Valdivia absent. In the case of the people of the state of California, by and through the city attorney versus Cush Inc., a business entity of unknown form at all. Council gave settlement directive by a vote of 6-0 with Councilman Valdivia absent. And in the case of Rosemary Easley versus the city, Council gave settlement directive by a vote of 7-0. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Appreciate that report out. At this time, we have no formal presentations. However, earlier before the meeting started, we took some time to present to Consul Billy Munoz, who is leaving and taking on a new assignment in Chicago. So we took some time before our 4 o'clock closed session to recognize Consul Munoz and to wish him well and thank him for all of the work that he did on behalf of his constituency here in the city of San Bernardino. San Bernardino is fortunate to be one of 19 Guatemalan consulates in the United States. Also, we have issued a proclamation that for April to be recognized as Child Abuse Prevention Month. We've encouraged citizens and organizations, schools, and nonprofits and businesses and other entities in the community to engage in activities and events that assist in the efforts to prevent child abuse and provide for children's physical, emotional, and development needs. And we will present that proclamation to the appropriate parties. Now at this time we'll ask the Chamber of Commerce to come forward for presentation. announcements?
Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Gabriela Rubio. I'm here on behalf of the San Bernardino Area Chamber of Commerce to give you an update on some upcoming events coming up. Tomorrow is the opening game for the Inland Empire 66ers at the San Manuel Stadium at 7:05 p.m. For tickets, please call 909-888-9922. On Saturday, April 7th, Child Care Resource Center will be hosting their family play day at 10 a.m., held at 1111 East Mill Street. For more information, call 384-8000. Also on Saturday, April 7th, The Great Gatsby will be at the California Theater at 2 p.m. and at 8 p.m. For tickets, call 806-0692. On Wednesday, April 11th at 11:30 a.m., the San Bernardino Chamber Social Networking Lunch will be held at the Mexico Cafe, which is at 892 East Highland Avenue. To RSVP, please call 885-7515. On Saturday, April 14th, there will be a grand opening and ribbon cutting for the Shops at University Park, which is a development project by Watson and Associates, located at 1725 North Park Boulevard. The cutting will be held at 12:30 p.m. Please save the date for some National Orange Show events coming up. On May 2nd through the 6th marks the 103rd National Orange Show Citrus Fair. On May 5th, the Kentucky Derby viewing party at the NOS Sports Center will be held. Doors open at 7 a.m. and is located at Gate 10, 930 South Arrowhead Avenue. On May 3rd is the 4th Annual Military Dinner at 4:30 p.m. Please also save the date for Thursday, May 31st at 5:30 p.m. The 42nd Annual Law Enforcement Recognition Dinner will be held at the Scottish Rite Hall. Thank you.
Thank you. This time we will move to public comments for items on the agenda. Chaz Kelly. Item 19.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the council. As my friend Warner Hodgson would say to this council and to previous councils, I respect each and every one of you, and as I do, each and every one of you. I haven't been involved in any political campaigns or tried to influence any elections like former elected officials have. I've remained silent. You have a tough job to do, and you need our support as a community. Few people fully understand the challenges that elected officials face and the amount of work required to do your duty. Having sat on the dais for 10 years, I fully understand the difficulties and challenges that you face daily. While on the council, we as a council collectively worked with the former mayor to secure funding for the Verdemont Community Center and Library. Tonight, you are being asked by staff to consider the demolition of the Verdemont Community Center. I ask that the council move to continue this item, and in that motion, ask staff to look at other options to repair the center and to meet with community stakeholders to review some of the viable options that will not incur the costs that you have in your staff report. It's unfair that the neighborhood residents had no opportunity to suggest or to respond to the community center that they want to save. From demolition, no public meetings were held to discuss the issue or to seek community input or any options from the public. You owe it to the residents to continue the item and have staff meet with residents to look for options to repair and keep the center open. Prior to the city closing the center for repairs, not structural issues, the center was staffed and programming done by volunteers with no cost to the city. Those volunteers had over 900 patrons that frequented that facility, with Mommy and Me story time, bingo night, Zumba class, line dancing. Again, please, this mayor and council owes it to the neighborhood residents to meet with them and to discuss options to repairing the center. The residents have some solutions that can be more effective without shortchanging the citizens on the northwest corner of our city. I ask again, please, for the council to consider continuing this item and allowing staff to work with the members of the public. I thank you.
Thank you. Jim Smith? Jim Smith?
Good evening, City Council, Mayor, and staff and residents here assembled. It's great to see a tremendous turnout for a council meeting. I love to see the Boy Scouts back there. That's great. That's what it's all about, is our future. When I'm here basically as a former chairman of the Historical Preservation Commission. As you know, it's on the agenda tonight to consider merging the Arts Council with the Historical Preservation Commission. We certainly are very much in favor of it. In fact, I want to thank all the council people and the mayor specifically for coming up with an alternative. Originally, we were going to be combined with the Planning Commission, which didn't really make a lot of sense. But I think history and the arts certainly go well together. Tonight, I met with the former chairman. We're all former chairman now because both of our commissions went out of business on the 23rd of last month. On March the 1st, and you have the information, we had a Pioneer Society meeting. We were fortunate to have Nick Catalba here tonight, who heads up the Pioneer Society. Both of us have been in town, and I belong to the Native Sons of the Golden West. We've been in town since the 1800s. And so we feel it's critical that the name of the new commission, and I'm very pleased to say that the former chairman of the Arts Commission, he and I met, and we agreed on a name for the new commission, which I think makes a lot of sense. It's basically the Arts and the Historical Preservation Commission, because we have the Arts Commission and we have the Historical Preservation Commission. I realize that there is something else on the agenda here, but I strongly encourage the City Council people, you'll be making the decision tonight, to consider that as the title, because we feel that that's very critical. Again, this process started on March the 1st with a letter that was sent to the City Council, and then we had a follow-up after Mr. Botella and I met, that this would be very agreeable to all concerned and move the city forward. So I strongly recommend that you consider that in your discussion later on agenda item number 15. Thank you very much for your attention.
Well, could you repeat the name that you were...
Excuse me?
Would you repeat the name of the commission that you were recommending?
Yes, it's right here. It'll be called the Arts and Historical Preservation Commission, which encompasses both of the prior commissions.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The Nicholas Cataldo. And this is also on item 15?
That's correct.
And so you've been in the city with Mr. Smith since the 1800s? That makes you,
About that.
That makes you-
My beard's getting white, so it's,
makes you the oldest residents.
I think so. I have a T-shirt with pioneers in the back, and people say, "Oh, is that your father?" Or is that, you know? Yeah, my name is Nick Cataldo, and I'm a native of New Jersey, but I've been a San Bernardinian for 52 years. I'm involved with local history. I write a history column for the San Bernardino Sun. I'm past president of the San Bernardino Historical Society. I'm co-chairman of the co-chairman of the former Historic Preservation Commission. And when it was decided from the powers to be to separate, or to condense commissions, obviously I wasn't thrilled about it. I don't think anybody was thrilled to have their commission merge in with another commission. But the way it's worked out, combining with the former Fine Arts Commission, makes a lot of sense. Arts and history all combined for culture, and San Bernardino is rich in culture for well over 100 years. And I think as far as a combination of the two, it makes sense. The name Arts and Historic Preservation Commission, I like that because it gives, even though it implies, whatever the name is, it implies that both commissions are, represented. Implying is not always real good. You need to have the name Arts and Historic Preservation. By having the two together, it's really great. And I think that the blending of the two commissions, the two former commissions working together, can really get a lot done. I mean, as San Bernardino, as we've come out of bankruptcy, we're moving forward. We have a new city charter. There's so many things going for San Bernardino, and the culture of San Bernardino is so rich, and that needs to be a big part of moving ahead. So I'd like to thank everybody for a decision, and thank you everybody for coming.
Thank you. Dorothy Garcia.
Item 15, number 3, part 3. And good evening, Mayor, City Council, and City Manager's Office, and other elected officials. I'm speaking as a member of the former Fine Arts Commission. And at our meeting of February 13th, the former Fine Arts Commission, in an attempt to be proactive, suggested a name for the new commission to be formed by combining the Arts Commission, the Fine Arts Commission, and the Historical Preservation Commission. We thought that the name and the term arts and cultural heritage encompassed historical preservation, included historical preservation, and indeed would give the new commission even more possibilities for community involvement. It seems to me that there were similar opportunities for the Historical and Preservation Commission to respond. But almost 2 months have passed without any suggestions from them until just this past week. Jim Smith and Nick Cataldo are friends of mine. So I'm surprised that as members of the former Historical and Preservation Commission, they are at the last moment coming in with a different name. However, in the spirit of creating unity on a new commission, I would reluctantly support the name Arts and Historical Preservation Commission, if that is the council's choice, keeping in mind that this may cause a delay in the implementation of the new commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Gil Battelle.
Mayor, Honorable Mayor, Common Council, thank you for allowing me to address this issue today.
This is also item 15.
Yes. I just want to echo Dottie's comments. But I want to add a caveat. I did meet with Jim. It was a great meeting. I think that I'll take my responsibility for this. I think that in my role as chair, I should have reached out to Jim when we were formulating this new title of the commission. And and Mayor, you led the way when you came up with this this new title, this compromise, and I applauded that at the time, and I continue to. And like I said to Jim, I would hate for this new commission to get started with a fight. And I think that Arts and Historic Preservation Commission is a great, Historical Preservation Commission is a great title. Let's move forward. Let's get some great work done with this new commission, and I support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mandy Jacobs. This is item 19.
Mayor, City Council, and staff, I appreciate a few minutes to speak, although I really hate speaking. My name is Mandy Jacobs, and I am a long-time community member and volunteer and president of Kendall Hills Neighborhood Association. I'm here on behalf of my board and as a resident of the North End with some major concerns over the proposal for the Verdemont Community Center and library. Firstly, I understand that budget is an issue, and our staff at the city have a lot to deal with right now. However, the proposal to demolish the center is a major blow to our neighborhoods. From 2011 to December of 2016, not 2012 as the report says, we were under a temporary certificate of occupancy that was issued by the city, and after they sent inspectors out, because the first inspectors apparently didn't inspect it, although I do know that there was an inspector out for the stage and the cement, so if he was out inspecting the cement on the stage, I don't know why he wouldn't be inspecting the other cement. So there are issues with some of the things that are said in the report. But nevertheless, from 2011 to 2016, we offered programs for multi-generations, from the children to the seniors. When it was closed for repairs, that's what I was told, it was going to be closed for repairs, and that they told me that it would probably be open in April, and this was in December. Well, April came and they hadn't even started the repairs. I did not say, an article in the paper said I said something about structural and architectural. I did not say that. I just gave the date for the December 16th, so I just wanted to clear that up. It was a real void for our community. Seniors who met there every week didn't have anything to go to. They lost that sense of community. Some of them don't even get out very much anymore. Children and youth and adults can't take advantage of free computer rooms, the free libraries, the library room, and the other activities and events. We have to hope that the weather's going to let us do any of the events that we have there. Just last weekend, we had an Easter egg hunt outside of the center, and many of the people that came asked, when is it going to reopen? In fact, we did a little impromptu petition, and all the people that came, all the adults signed this with their emails saying they wanted it to reopen. So there is definitely people that want to be there. After looking at the report and the history, I've already mentioned some of the discrepancies. I'm flabbergasted at $1 million to fix it. It didn't cost $1 million to put it in. We can replace it with a whole new modular system for way less than that. So there have to be other options, Council, to get a more reasonable bid, to have something else that we can do other than demolishing it. I've reached out to Supervisor Ramos, and maybe that we could get funding from county or tribal or even state help. I'm waiting to hear back from them. So what I would like to ask for a continuance so that we can meet as concerned community members with staff, brainstorm ideas to raise funds, and bring back any recommendations to you. I don't believe we should act to tear it down. I was promised that it would either be repaired or replaced, and if we tear it down, we know it's not going to be replaced. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Kimberly Noss. Could you identify which item it is that you're speaking on?
Sure, I'll be speaking about item 19.
Thank you.
My name is Kimberly Canas. I am a longtime resident of the Verdemont community. I've been a resident since 1984. And it does trouble me what you guys are proposing today. So I am here requesting that you guys please reconsider and continue this item. We have a long list of needs for the Vermont community, from a specific plan, from infrastructure to our current parks needing to be serviced, and we need a community center. We need something for our youth, for our senior citizens. On that list of needs is not more playground equipment. What's currently being proposed is spending almost upwards of $190,000 to demolish this community center that served our community and replace it with park equipment. We do not need more park equipment. We need a community center. And I think that as a community, we can unify and come up with some viable solutions to accomplish that, and solutions that do not burden the city. I think this could be a great opportunity for us to show the city that we can come together, that we can unite as community residents and as our leaders, our city officials, and make something happen that serves a community. Park equipment is not going to serve our community. We currently have 6 green spaces in Vermont, 3 of which have park equipment already. We don't need more. We need a community center. And I think we all know there are ways that we can accomplish this, that we can work together and we can make this a very real possibility for our community. So I am asking that you please continue this item. Allow us to work together. You say the vision is for us to be a world-class city. Well, let's start making world-class decisions and having world-class ideas and working together as a community to accomplish that. Thank you.
Thank you. Carmel Rowe.
I have a couple of items I'd like to speak about today. Items 7, 11, 12, 14, 15, 17, and 19, 22. The first one I'd like to say about advanced pet care and the dogs is I'd like to know why the staff quit at the dog pound. And then I'd like to know why we can't get anybody but this one person, or why we can't privatize the dogs so we can take better care of them, because we don't. I'd like to commend you guys on the letter that you wrote for item 11 about the proposed housing legislation. However, then in item 12, when you guys want to change this overlay district, which I'm for, you guys, in it, you say you want to make residential units. Residential units are apartment and not home ownership. We have an 80% rental in this city. We will never get anywhere if we do not change that. So residential, and then you say you can't demo them. So then you just are calling for real bad projects. You should be able to demo the whole thing. And instead of units, it should be residential, moderate to medium income, instead of residential units, because I know what residential units that are 500 square feet are. Okay? As far as this number 14, it really ticks me off that we're going to spend $241,000 on an image consultant. We've already done this. We spent $300,000 and we never saw the image change. We have $241,000. $91,000 is upfront going to go to take some polls. I'm wondering if it's not because it's election time and we're polling the people with this money that shouldn't be used for elections. Okay, right now, this is not a very good decision, especially when we are having elections, and we could very well be changing the image of the city. For $241,000 here, we could go ahead and rebuild the community center in Vermont, and that would go a long way for the image of this city. So before we waste $241,000 again on an image consultant, I say we chuck this up, because before we spend $241,000, we better go in there and we better revamp the planning department, and we better turn it into Riverside, and all we need is a button out the door to see if people are happy or not. Once we revitalize the image of the planning department, the image of San Bernardino can begin to change. But the prostitutes are here, we have no real solution. So what image? We're going to put a bunch of papers together and say, hey, no, we're not. With the fine arts and the historical preservation coming together, we can use them to revamp the image and use this $241,000 seriously for the community center. I've been there. I've attended tea there. I bought my house with the assumption that we were going to have that. Okay? to tear it down. I've seen those people playing cards over there. They are so happy. These older people have something to do and to hang out with their friends. And you guys are taking that from them on the same person who said now we shouldn't be using this building. And $928,000, I could build 2 of my house for $400,000, and it would be a lot bigger than that. So think about it and take that and don't vote on that tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk, any other speaker slips for items on the agenda? No, sir. Thank you. We'll ask the City Council, starting with Councilman Mulvihill, if you have any polls from the consent calendar.
I have none, Your Honor.
Councilmember Richard.
I have none.
Councilman Nickel.
I do have questions on a couple, but I will request the city manager after today's meeting, if you could just get back to me. Items 7 and 8, I have questions. Thank you.
I will follow up with the Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Councilmember Charette.
None, sir.
Councilmember Valdivia. Councilmember Barrios. Councilmember Marquez.
None, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Move the items. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Take our vote.
On the consent calendar, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Charette, the second by Mr. Mulvihill. The item passes 7-0.
Thank you. Includes consent calendar items 4 through 13. Next is item number 14. This is an agreement with Westbound Communications for marketing and public relations. Recommendation to adopt a resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino authorizing the city manager to execute a professional services agreement between the City of San Bernardino and Westbound Communications for public relations and marketing services, a purchase order in the amount of not to exceed $241,000.
I want to move the item, but I'd like to hear the presentation.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I'm still going to give my presentation.
Yep.
So, Mayor, members of the council, over the last several months, we've had a whole series of conversations about creating a more professional organization. You've engaged in a whole series of discussions, strategic planning discussions, where we've tackled some very difficult issues. There have been a lot of very good dialogue and decisions related to the future of San Bernardino. Over the course of those discussions and many times here in this council chambers, there's been demonstrated a need to get better information out to the community. One of the comments that was made at the dais was that we were hiring an image consultant, and this project is really much, much more than that. Certainly we recognize the need to enhance the city's image, but I think the greater need is really ensuring that we're getting information out to our community and engaging them in discussions about the future of our community. So we embarked on this project. I'm going to introduce Aquino Thomas. Aquino, as some of you will recognize, Aquino is a member of our police department who recently completed his graduate degree in public policy and offered to volunteer in the city manager's office on his spare time. We were able to come up with some very critical projects, this being one of them that Aquino has worked on. And so he's here this evening to walk through the process. We did issue a request for proposal. He's going to talk about the proposal, the responses that we received to that, the process that we went through internally to vet these, and then introduce you to the consultant that we're recommending this evening that you engage to, again, not deal just with image, but really to assist in making sure our community is getting good, vital information, that we're changing the narrative about our community, that we're celebrating the positive things that are going on, and really our efforts to engage the community in future discussions. And with that, Aquino, we're proud, by the way, of the work that Aquino's done, and we think it's important tonight that he actually give this presentation. There were other people on the team too, but Aquino's the one sitting up here today. I see the lieutenant in the back who also assisted with this, and I think Aquino's going to talk about some of his team members. Aquino?
Thank you, Madam City Manager. Honorable Mayor and distinguished members of the City Council. It's my tremendous honor to sit before you this evening and present our presentation for a marketing and professional services consultant. Just to provide you with a little bit of background, the city, one of my assignments at the city council or the city manager's office was to present or to write a request for proposals for a consulting and marketing service. Went ahead and wrote that. The city received 11 qualified proposals from public relations and marketing firms. Those proposals were evaluated by a selection committee comprised of city staff representing the city manager's office, the economic development and housing department, the police department was represented.
Keno, can you speak up? I see people in the back that are not able to hear you.
The police department was represented, as well as the Department of Parks and Recreation. After we evaluated those proposals, we chose the two most qualified, and Westbound Communications was chosen as the firm that we would like to go with. The objective the public relations firm is to develop a clear, strong, and resilient brand identity that represents the varied attributes of the San Bernardino community and is going to differentiate us from other cities. It's expected that the resulting brand messaging will provide a compelling message for our target audiences. What we hope that Westbound will provide for us is research and foundation, branding and messaging development, strategic brand implementation and community engagement, development and execution of a communications plan, and also a final report and presentation on their findings. So with that, if you don't have any questions of me, I would actually like to introduce you to Carrie Gilbreth, who is the owner of Westbound Communications, and she can provide you with any additional information that you may have.
I think it might be helpful, just as Carrie makes her way to the podium, to just express that Carrie's experience is very broad. Carrie has represented agencies in the Inland Empire, in Los Angeles and Orange counties. She's done this for a number of years and is very well recognized in the industry. We're excited with what she brings. I think it might be helpful just to listen to how she plans to approach this project and really what her objectives are. And then on an ongoing basis, this is really more than just developing a communications plan. Once she does that foundation type work, really ultimately she's going to be a part of the city team. She'll bring a whole host of people with her, but be a part of the city team and making sure that on an ongoing basis we're getting better information out to our community. And so again, Carrie Gilbreth, if you want to just walk through, and again, she's pretty amazing when you listen to her speak, and so I want to give her a chance to talk about what she sees for San Bernardino.
Well, we'll see how I do on the spot. Mayor and council, thank you for having us here tonight. I want to commend you up front for someone who has been part of the city for many years, many generations, per se, for bringing this RFP up at the right time, because timing is very important. And as we even heard during public comment tonight, one of the things that was mentioned is why do we need this? Why now? That type of thing. And I'll be honest, before we ever pursue or engage in a partnership with a client, we want to make sure, if you talk about branding and image, you can't tell that story unless there's a story to tell. And it is to the commendation of this council, of this mayor, and this leadership that has now got, has San Bernardino in a place that's filled with opportunity. And we want to recognize that. And as someone who is part of this community, I want to thank you for that, because that gives us a very bright future ahead. When the RFP came out, and when I said that foundation is set, one of the things that we need to think about is it's not about who we are right now, it's about how people perceive us. And for years now, unfortunately, we haven't allowed, we just haven't had the resources. It doesn't even matter to that. We haven't had the resources to tell our own story. We have had, unfortunately, and it's been more so even outside of this community, people to define our story for us that has hurt us. And we cannot afford to do that anymore, nor are we in the place to. We should be very proud. There are very few cities that have the assets that we do. There are very few cities that have the opportunity. And the thing is that we have recovered from a bankruptcy that is what a lot of other cities are going to have to look at those challenges as you're moving forward. And you've gotten yourselves out of that, and I congratulate you for that. So what does this look like moving forward for us? Number one, it's measured and calculated. And when research was brought into this, it's about how do we want, we're going to answer a simple question, which is who do we want to be and how do we want to be defined? Because that defines who invests in us, that defines who moves here, and that defines who stays here. So when we do that, research with our residents, with our employees, because our first line in this is going to be the work we do with our employees and the contact our employees have with our people, our businesses that are here, our potential investors. And I'd like to also include the San Bernardino alumni. We all know we have a lot of people, great people, who have been fantastic here. And we've lost some of those great people. And one of the things we want to do, is, and they have an affinity for here, is to see what it would take to get them to come back. And that's a simple question to ask. And so through focus groups and surveys, that's going to help us. And it's measured. I think all of us can easily tell anecdotal information. I know I can. But we can't tell that by fact. And that shows to the level of professionalism that this city is that we are taking a sophisticated and professional approach. In terms of the branding, I would encourage you not to look at this in terms of what a logo looks like, because it's not anywhere near about that. It's about the story we're going to tell, and it's about the image. So it is about LA not looking at us as a stepchild anymore. It is about Orange County doing the same thing. It is no longer a tale of two cities between San Bernardino and Riverside. This becomes San Bernardino's story, and this becomes San Bernardino's renaissance. And we have to have that, and that professional view, to be able to have people really invest in us, because we have a whole lot to grow in a very short period of time in the Renaissance. And we were lucky enough to be part of the downtown Los Angeles Renaissance. We worked for the Business Improvement District there when they built LA Live, when they brought the lofts in. You know, once the Staples Center sold, that was a very quick process. And if you all remember what downtown Los Angeles was like, not far away from where we are now, except they had larger buildings, but the feel was similar. And investment changed that. And you're doing a great job with what you're doing with the Fifth Street redevelopment, with what you're doing with Carousel Mall. So that's what that comes from when we do that image. And then you talk about ongoing communications. Well, part of the image, and as we all talk about, you have to be able to walk the walk to be able to tell the story. And that's going to be the most important thing, is what becomes proactive communication with the residents of this city, so that they feel good every day about living here, so that when they drive up, I drove up Mountain Avenue last week, right after the rains. Poor Mountain gets washed out every single time with the rains. The potholes are there, and I drove up and there were no potholes. And they were filled that quickly. And that makes such a huge difference to residents. We go to what we're able to do with the planning department, with businesses, so that we are a business-friendly city, and then what we do on the image we do. And so all of that becomes very positive, consistent storytelling. And it also takes being able that when there are issues that are brought up, we're able to combat those, and we're able to stop those very quickly. We need to stop those rumors from being told. And that's what we're here for. So I hope I didn't take too much of your time. I kept that hopefully on a very top level. I'm happy to answer any more questions if I didn't go into detail enough.
Councilman Schreck?
Well, I made the motion because I'm extremely supportive of what we're going to be doing here. In my view, And I come from a quasi-advertising background, being in the printing business. And my customers over the years, image has been very, very important to them. And they spend a lot of money on printing, and not just logos, but brochures and other things. That they spend a lot of money on design, on looks, and on image, because perception really is reality. And unfortunately, San Bernardino really has a poor image. And we can change that. We've got the opportunity, and Carrie, you talk about timing. I think you're absolutely right. We've exited BK. We've got a new charter. We seem to be really moving in the right direction with a new city manager and a long-term contract with her, and she's building an excellent staff to move forward. And as you also mentioned, we do have the assets and the opportunities in this community, and developers are starting to look at us, and they're not saying,
That's right.
and yet I do know a couple of developers that I've talked to personally, and they said, why would I go to San Bernardino? Why? I had the opportunity to introduce the city manager and the mayor on separate occasions to a business owner here in town recently. And at the end of that meeting, this person that had really a pretty poor image of San Bernardino and really has been really loyal to this community and kept his business here, but really wondered why we're not doing better on the area of image and promoting ourselves. And after sitting down and hearing our story, as you say, had a completely different perception of us. And that's why it's so important that we get this message out. And you're right, it's not just about a logo. And yet, that's very important. Business cards, in the printing business, we hate doing business card orders because there's no money in it, and they take just as much time as it does to. But I hand somebody a business card, and that's my image when I leave there. So a letterhead, signs on walls, what have you. So I'm extremely supportive of image, and in fact, wouldn't necessarily give you more money, but would be willing to put more money into the process and into the implementation of building our image. It might not be just with Westbound, but with others, some video opportunities and other opportunities that we have. So I'm happy to approve this item tonight, and hopefully, as we continue to grow, the economy grows, and we do better. We want to be a world-class city. You said, who do we want to be? I might change the word from who to what. And what do we want to be? We want to be a world-class city, a city that is not a stepchild, is not the armpit of the county of San Bernardino, but the largest city in the county of San Bernardino and the most vibrant and progressive city in the San Bernardino, and that's what we need to do. And we need to do that with image. And so image is very important. Talk to somebody at Coca-Cola and ask them what they think about image. Think about the kind of money that those kinds of companies spend on image. And it is truly critical. And I've been one that has not been happy with our image over the years. And we're all out there, I think, on a daily basis defending ourselves, defending the city of San Bernardino. I was born and raised here. My grandfather started doing business in this town in the 20s, and our family's been in business in this town since the 20s. I hate to hear people talk about San Bernardino the way they do and have. And I'm here to tell you I want to stop that, and I think this is what we need to do that. So again, I'm very happy with it. You've answered my questions. I know the work you do, and I know that you'll be a true asset to us, and that this will be a real awakening and communicating our story to the public. That's critical. So I'm very supportive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm excited for this agenda item, so I want to thank our city manager and all the individuals behind it, because I know it was a lot of work. I've worked with Carrie in the past, and she's just incredible, with an incredible team who give it 150%. Image is everything, and I'm just sick and tired of just being perceived as negative. And I call people out. They badmouth the city, and I turn around and I says, well, you know what, that's funny because I don't hear any solutions from you, or I haven't seen you at a community cleanup. And they walk away, and I'm like, yeah, that's what I thought. You don't have any heart. So I do call people out, but we need something bigger and better than that. You know, the article from the LA Times that was written about 4 years ago, I don't think we ever recovered from that.
Sorry.
And it's been difficult, but I know with you on board, it'll certainly make a difference. I do have a real quick question.
Sure.
The backup reflects that there will be a report and a presentation given to us. Can you give us a timeline?
Sure, and, you know, I'm going to apologize. I don't have our RFP up with me on the timeline.
Just a ballpark figure.
Yeah, I believe we've got the final report with branding. I want to say that's 6 months. We're doing the research the first 3 months, if I believe. And then a year for the final presentation. But, and let me just explain,
Sure.
because there's one part that well, thank you, Robert, that was very important with this, and that we proposed with this, because what was critical is we didn't allow a year to pass or 6 months to pass without there being any product. And so there are things that are going to be happening simultaneously. So what that first phase is research, and that's something we're ready to start with as soon as this week or next week. And that's going to involve focus groups and online surveying. Mm-hmm. So that first report will come within 3 months. Then we go into the branding rollout of that, which that includes, again, more research, the different brands that will need to be taken to the city. That includes a full message house, and then that will include also being taken to the council. So there are some steps in that for the revising. But the other part of that is that does not, while that is going on, we start day one with communications. Because we've realized that we can't roll out a brand unless, to the point that we talked about earlier, that we're walking the walk beforehand. And the advantage to that is it gives us 6 months of having good, strategic, proactive communication on a daily basis that then allows us to, when that brand rolls out, to say, this is that natural next step. Because people are going to say that makes sense.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Councilmember Nichol?
Yeah, and I tend to agree. If you fail to plan, you plan to fail. We have a recovery plan, we have a strategic plan, now we're going to have a communications plan.
Sure.
And so my hope is that all these plans come together and result in action. So some of the concerns that were expressed to me on Monday in our community meeting were, plans are great, but what is the implementation going to be? And we can look around this room. I know we've got some of the old green logos still on some of the items that are in the room here. We've done branding before. We've tried to reposition the city, and I think for better or worse, we've done some things that have worked. We've done some other things that haven't worked so well. So in concept, I'm 100% in favor of doing what we need to do now to take what we've done so far to the next level. I think, to your point, I think all of us here on this dais and our entire community has pulled together over the last 4 years or so to really make some very difficult decisions and conduct some very difficult, painful restructuring that is now really putting us in a very good position. And anybody who looks at a map, I have friends that visit here from outside the country, and they're stunned when they see what we have here and how many challenges we confront. This should really be paradise on earth here. Mm-hmm. If you look around, we have an infrastructure that's second to none. We have mountains. We have access to major metropolitan regions of LA and Orange County. We have ports. We have deserts within an hour of here, skiing within an hour of here, beaches within an hour of here. This place should be heaven on earth, and it truly is. but for the fact that we're going to have to do some work now to attract the kind of businesses and residents and investment that are going to truly make this place. And it was, I'll be honest, my family came here over 100 years ago because it was heaven on earth. We had the Orange Show, we had Citrus. I mean, this was a place where Easterners came for their health. We have Arrowhead Springs Resort just up on the hill behind us that started as a health resort. Loma Linda University started as a health clinic because this was a truly high-quality environment. The people came out here, people with a lot of money came out here to live. So there's absolutely no reason why we should think of ourselves as an armpit. We are not an armpit.
That is exactly right.
We are certainly, we're in a point in our history where we're down. We are not out. Pasadena, you look at Pasadena several decades ago. Nobody wanted to live in Pasadena. It was terrible. Now everybody wants to live in Pasadena. So, you know, things can happen rather quickly, and cities can turn around. So I'm 100% behind the concept. I think the key to this is going to be implementation, making sure this works. I'll be honest, the amount of money is actually pretty much, some of the concerns I had from some of my residents is this enough? Is this going to be enough money? And I get that this is sort of the first phase. This is sort of doing the research, laying the groundwork, establishing the foundation. So some of the questions I got, if you could just touch on these, I'll just go through them quickly. A couple of items. You know, the value of this, obviously, you're kind of just getting a general sense of what the cost benefit is going to be, what the return on investment is going to be for this, which I do believe could be substantial. Again, make sure we're putting enough in this to make it work. Making sure we have good milestones as we're going through it. It's going to be a year-long process. We also have the strategic planning process that's going forward. We want to make sure this dovetails with this, aligns with that process. Obviously, our recovery plan, we've got a lot of things we're doing to make sure the city gets back on its feet fiscally, financially. And then the long-term commitment in terms of what we're going to have to commit in terms of money on an ongoing basis so that we can conduct those marketing efforts. We have some great projects going on in the city. What really kind of frustrates me sometimes is I know what's going on in the city, but no one else does. And it's really frustrating because good things are happening. Things are being built. Things are moving forward. And we haven't been telling that story. I know it. I mean, most of us on the dais know it. That's why we're here. We're excited. I mean, who would want this tough job but for the fact that you know that things are actually moving forward? So I'm encouraged by this. So yeah, if you could just touch on that cost benefit, milestones, and what do you foresee as sort of our long-term commitment over the next 5 years or so on an ongoing annual basis to make sure that, and just generally, I know as this moves forward, we'll probably get clearer numbers, but you know, any successful corporation, which is what we are, needs to invest in its image, in its marketing, and getting its communications in order. So
I want to start and then have Carrie kind of provide some additional details. The time is right to do this, and part of, and I certainly don't want to take away from any of the prior efforts, but I think it was critical that you make some of the other changes because ultimately, you know, we need to be able to deliver. Doesn't do any good to tell a story and craft a message about the changes in the organization and then have us not, as an organization, being able to meet the expectations. So I think those things have to go hand in hand as we become a healthier organization, better equipped to deal. You know, Carrie talked about the potholes. Well, we have to be able to do those things as an organization, and we're building the kind of infrastructure and systems to be able to do that. And then that makes then the story that she's telling believable and credible well into the future. So I think the timing is right in terms of the changes we've made internally. Long term, you'll notice this isn't very much money, but there are other funds that we have budgeted that are included in this year's operating budget that we would anticipate in next year's operating budget for additional costs related to printing of materials, other public outreach. And as we learn to do this very well, you may see some additional projects where we come back and ask for some additional funding. This does include funding for those initial costs that Carrie talked about, those one-time research projects, but it may very well be that sometime next year we say, you know, we've addressed or identified another potential issue. I would come back to you and ask you if we need additional one-time monies for a particular issue or topic, but this includes that initial startup cost and then a retainer amount, because I think the thing that impressed, and I certainly don't want to put words in Aquino and the panel's mouths, but we had a large segment of our organization participating in the screening project. And one of the things that was consistently said about Westbound Communications, and we had some very great proposals. I mean, we had 11 companies that were very good companies, but the thing that resonated with everyone was the fact that Westbound offers a team of people, each with specific areas of expertise, and that they would work as part of our larger city team so that you don't have the disconnect between things like the strategic planning effort that the council's undergoing, the policing plan that we've already established, the recovery plan that we have. So again, it's that team effort that I think will make this project much more successful than maybe some of the other attempts in the past. That coupled with the fact that now we have systems in place to actually continue to build that credibility. So Terry, with the retainer amount, there's the one-time cost, there's a retainer amount. With that retainer, she'll be a part of the city team. We plan to come back to you as we move into the future. This would be a 15-month contract as we get close to the expiration of that. Our goal would be to recommend that we continue with Westbound, which I anticipate based on the level of energy and passion that she brings to the project, or maybe we need to do something different. But we see this being an ongoing effort for a period of time to make sure that we have that consistent messaging and that we are really communicating with our residents. And Carrie, if you want to add to that?
And just to address your question specifically, Councilman Nickel, you talk about our ROI and the cost benefit in the beginning. And I can give you a very micro answer and I can give you a macro answer. You know, the micro answer is that we would be able to provide impressions people reached. We can gauge, attitude of stories. We can do things like that. And those are things that are important that we monitor on an ongoing basis, on a monthly basis, so we know if we need to pivot. We know if something's gaining a lot of positive traction that we're going to build that stronger, and we know if something's drawing negative attention that we may either pivot or we're going to strengthen that even more. On a macro scale, we look at communications as a support to the business of the city, and you talk about this needing to run as a corporation. And when my partner and I started Westbound Communications 15 years ago, I'll be honest, our entire background was consumer corporate work. And we chose to focus our agency not on an industry, but on an area, and henceforth Westbound, because West Coast and Southern California. So our client base is corporate to government to business. It really stretches so that we can bring that different thinking across the board. The real ROI is going to be the investment that comes into this city. It's going to be the dollars that come in. It's going to be the house prices that come up. It's going to be the people who are choosing to call San Bernardino home and want to make their own investment to make it better. That's the end of this. And I can't put a quantifiable thing to that, except when we look at the Fifth Street, when we look at the other downtown redevelopment, when we look at what our partners want to invest in this city, that's where we start seeing the real difference.
I'm going to conclude my remarks here, and I'm going to vote in favor of this. I think it's important that we reach out to some of those organization developers, businesses that are choosing to move in now. I think it's important we work with them, help promote them as well. I think there's a great partnership that we can develop. Great cities have great partnerships with their businesses and their residents. So I think it's important that we don't think of this as the city going alone, but this is really about us connecting to those stakeholders that are bringing value to San Bernardino and helping with our recovery and helping bring up the standard of living here. So I think part of this, what I would like to see as the months are going forward, that we're partnering with National Corps, we're partnering with the developer community here, we're partnering with the businesses that have started moving in and choosing this as a location. So I hope that's going to be part of our long-term strategy, and I think getting back to our strategic plan, I think it also aligns very nicely so that we are starting to grow value here in the city. So thank you.
That's huge.
Councilman Barrios?
Thank you, Mayor. I think it is important that at this point with the city that we have a great marketing and PR firm. I'm on the other side of the fence of this just because of the process. I'm concerned, and there's some things that brought concerns to the selection of Westbound Communications. Simply because, our city's public information officer used to work for them. Is that true or not?
Yes,
Okay.
she did for a
So
short
is
period of
that a
time.
conflict of interest is my question?
She was not engaged in the selection of this at all.
Okay, so who was on the deciding board and what were the deciding factors to select Westbound Communications?
Ultimately, as Aquino reported, just about every city department had a representative. It was generally at the director level that sat on the initial screening process and actually went through each of the 11 proposals that we received. They narrowed it down to the top 3. I looked at the top 3 of them and identified the top 2 and asked them to interview, and so another panel of people interviewed the top 2 candidates and overwhelmingly recommended this one to me. And I then had a conversation, looked at the proposal again. I had looked at it a couple times prior to that. I looked at the proposal again, went through the other 2 because there were 3 initial top proposers, and then concurred with their recommendation.
Okay, because I see nothing on the back about that other, the second that was considered. Who were they?
It was a company called Geographics.
Okay. And what was the deciding factor between Geographics and Westbound Communications that ultimately led to Westbound?
It was certainly Terry can follow up because she also assisted in the panel, but really it was the level of involvement and engagement, the research that had been done into what the city's needs were, their approach to the project, the fact that they brought a team of experts from Westbound that was different than the geotechnical proposal, really overall better understanding of what our needs are in the community. And Terry, if you want to add to that.
Yeah, absolutely. Geographics was great. They've done a lot of cities, a lot of great logos that you would recognize very easily. But it was a very small firm, and she had to actually outsource the PR portion. So the person that she brought with her was not part of her team. It was somebody she would bring in to do this, where Westbound has the team, and they brought their entire team to the interview. And as Andrea stated, they know everything about this community already, can hit the ground running tomorrow.
Okay.
Because with the other firm, we would have just as easily, because they didn't have all the resources in-house, with the other firm, we just as easily could have carved that portion out of the proposal, but then we would have been in the position of then having to engage someone to do that portion of the project.
And were all the agencies that made a proposal, were they interviewed or just kind of?
Just the top 2.
Just the top 2?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm undecided right now, just because I know there's other firms out there that have showed me exactly what they would do, and I've heard of what can happen, not what's going to happen or how it will happen, and I'd like to see and like to hear about how will this happen.
Sure.
Because you talked about the vision very well, and you got good support here, but how is that going to happen? Please fill us in.
Okay. Are you okay with me doing that? I think probably the best thing for me to do to make this very real and very tangible, and I'm going to apologize as I'm flipping through right now, is I want to go back to a little bit of the timeline for the how. Because I want to be very honest in something. One of the things that we learned with working with government agencies over time was that we are more challenged to the point of creating plans than we are with actually implementing those plans. And so one of the things that we have been able to serve in the partners, so many have served, which in the city of San Bernardino have been, is that we have been able to hit the ground running where there's a result at the beginning. So when we talk about that, and I want to start again going on two different paths, because I don't want you to ever question our approach of what we do, how we do it, and more importantly, and the most important question is why we do it. Because if we don't answer our why, we won't able to be able to do the things that we want to do. So when we start this, research starts ASAP. And so what does research look like? We have a research expert, Sophia Gomez. She actually does specialize in public research and surveying. We work with her frequently for AQMD. We're working with her with the school district. She works throughout the state of California. It was her recommendation to hold focus groups immediately once we identify who those are, because one of the things we do understand and that Sophia brought forth is that you are undergoing strategic planning right now. It is very important that research can sometimes fill that gap of where strategic planning is and that we all work to the end result. The first step to that is being able to hold the focus groups. That's getting input from the council, that's getting input from the leadership on who is the right representation, and sometimes that means as an independent source, she helps identify those independent sources, because we're in a community where we have a small, as we talked about earlier, a small engagement. So how do we really gather a full representation of this community? So we hold focus groups. Focus groups consist of 12 to 15 people. Those are very formalized, and in fact, we would invite the council to even sit behind it's a glass window so that we can see exactly what's being said, because I know as the job that you do serving your constituents, listening is so much a part of what it is that you do in your serving. So we're able to do those first. Then the second is online surveying, which allows us to reach out to everyone that we can in the city. And the reason for online surveying versus phone is that unfortunately because people are not picking up home phones anymore, and it's become incredibly costly, and it's become incredibly inefficient in terms of being reflective of what a true group is. And so we're able to do that more so through online. So that is something, what we will do for you in the first 3 months are those things that you will be a part of, and that if the council would be interested in, we would happy to come and serve and present a report on that research. I think that would be very helpful. Mm-hmm. The second part to that, which is the branding, so that includes different things. That again includes a session with the council, because your vision, you represent your taxpayers. And so hearing from each of you, especially in each of your different wards, is critical, because what's needed in Ward 1 is very different than Ward 2 or Ward 5, and we want to make sure we're fully reflective of that. That includes our storytelling. During that process, we're going to identify our strengths. We're going to, more importantly, identify our weaknesses so we know where we're going to overcome those weaknesses. And by the end of that process, which will be multiple revisions, and I want to be very honest about that, because to be fully collaborative, it's not, here's a brand, here's a story, because we aren't, to be very honest, walking the walk. We aren't owning it, and we have to be living and feeling what you're doing. So what will be produced by that will be what becomes the branding. It will become a brand book, which is everything from color styles to different uses of logos, to the different colors of logos, to the full message house, which will be developed and be categorized by all of the areas of importance to the city, so that then we're all, as a staff, as a council, as an economic development, we are talking the same talk. We are telling the same story. And as we heard earlier today, it came up that we are finding ourselves in a defense position often. The best success in any corporation, in any, I'm going to say with corporation, I'm going to say you have a real opportunity as a government agency, because not all government agencies have done this yet, is to have one voice. And that will be the product from that. Lastly, what are we going to do with the communications plan? You'll receive two things. First thing is we hit the ground running because we have to start sharing stories now. So what we will do immediately is with city management, we will sit down and talk about monthly priorities, monthly goals, and monthly delivery. So what does that look like? And I'm going to give examples because we haven't defined that yet. That can be pitching stories to newspapers. That can be creating videos where the best opportunity we have right now is to be our own reporter. And that's really where this has shifted right now. And the storytelling is different. The storytelling now is much more video-centric than it is written. However, that is important. It is about writing op-eds. It is about having a heavy presence on social media and understanding the audiences that we're feeding to. It is about pitching industry trades so that when we're going and we're recruiting and we're attracting developers, we're able to show that our level of sophistication in terms of what we're able to offer and the way that we do business is reflective of something that is equal to someone that may not perceive us in that same light. Because one of the things we have to do as an end result to this is that when we go into a room, we actually can't even be equal. We have to be 3 steps above that. And we have to do that to shock everyone to say, wow, that is San Bernardino. And I'm going to give you a really simple, but it tells a story so well. You have a great Explorer program with your police, and it's really grown. And one of your police officers has grown that, and they want to compete in different events that take them outside of the city. Well, everyone else, Irvine shows up in their fancy van, and everyone reflects that, and we weren't reflecting that. We were reflecting, oh, that's San Bernardino. Oh, that's the 909. And so with that, and when you talk about partnerships and the need with that, Toyota San Bernardino came in and helped with a van and wrapped that van. So those kids come in now, and we are equal and above what those other kids in those other cities are. And when you hear our high school kids, and I'm proud to be an advisor to a Rotary Life program throughout the city, but when you hear those kids on what they want to be proud of where they're from. And when you hear a valedictorian speech that talks about wanting to better his community, that's what we owe them. And if we don't look at that, that's a challenge. But if we don't deliver on that on a daily basis, which we will be giving, we'll be having weekly reports with the city on what we're accomplishing. The council, I'm sure, would have access to our monthly reports that we could give, and we will be able to give reports each time, and also including you in the process because you are the voice of your residents. That's critical.
And just to wrap up, Mayor, the contract is for 15 months, and it's $10,000 a month plus a one-time $91,000 fee for research, correct? Where did you get that $91,000 mark as far as, where do you come up with $91,000 for research?
So it's not just research. That's the research and branding. That's part of the research and branding that falls to that. So, and I'm sorry, Andy.
No, go ahead.
No, and I apologize. I don't have the full breakout of it. I'd be happy to pull the separate budget for it. But
Because it's not here, so.
We went through the numbers, though, and she provided estimates based on how much the research was going to cost, so how many meetings and things. They were estimates of the time. But again, it seemed reasonable based on the tasks, the research and foundation, doing the message development, the strategic brand implementation. So again, she provided an itemized, which totaled the $91,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
And nothing against Westbound Communication at all. I know you guys worked for the city in the past, and you're here again. Just got to ask the hard questions sometimes to make sure there is accountability here at the city and who we're spending our money on.
Councilmember Barrios, I have to tell you, as a resident here, I thank you for the challenge, and I thank you for the accountability because I expect that. I expect that as a taxpayer for all the financial decisions you make. And if I can't answer the questions up here, then that's something that should be reevaluated. But I can tell you confidently, we are very selective in the RFPs that we go for. We do not go for ones that we do not feel that we could serve well and that we can, more importantly, make a difference. And I can tell you, through our work with many partner agencies that you have here in the city, that our proudest accomplishment that we have here is being able to make a positive change in the city. And you have the greatest opportunity right now, at this time, over the next, 4 to 5 years, to really take that to that next level. So I thank you for being a good steward of taxpayers.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Valdivia.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. City Manager, it's a great opportunity for our city, certainly, to see some of the advantages of providing public relations for our community. I, too, favor the opportunities before us. I do have some questions,
Sure.
so before we assume that I'm going to vote for this, I do have some questions. Ms. City Manager, on packet page 442, the general evaluation criteria, there's a breakdown, essentially a pie, which I would call a pie of resource allocation on how you come up with the criteria. And the header is general evaluation criteria. Section 2, or A, is evaluation criteria, and subpoint 2 enumerates from 1 through 5 the percentage breakdown. What I'd like to ask specifically on item number 2 is qualification of firm-related experience. Let's talk about that. With a 45%, I guess is the grade point average weighting on this, and what other cities, if you may, Carrie,
Sure.
through the city manager, what other cities has Westbound helped out? Not county agencies, but can you give me a list of some of those cities?
Sure.
Carrie, do you want to go?
Do you mind if I
No.
bring that in?
No.
So, Councilmember Valdivia, just to put a breadth to this, the team that we put together with this, we took that into direct account. And so I'd just like to give you a list of
Sure.
what our full team experience is. So that is the city of Paris, the city of Hawaiian Gardens, Montebello, Temple City, Arcadia, West Covina, Pasadena. I'm sorry, I don't want to forget anyone, so I'm going through this. Baldwin Park, Huntington Beach, Los Angeles, thank you. Robert's helping me with that. Huntington Beach.
Are some of the cities that you just mentioned, were they specific within, or did you handle the entire, for instance, Los Angeles, did you handle the entire marketing relations for the entire city, or was it a specific bid, business improvement district, or what subsection of the city of Los Angeles that you performed the work?
So that was, and I'm going to answer these as what we've done. Charlie Bell, who is the lead of our branding and our production, our creative director on this, I'm going to give the specifics that he's worked on with this as well. So for downtown, for LA, it was the Downtown Center Business Improvement District, so that was specifically downtown LA. For the city of Paris, it was their Growing Green initiative. For Hawaiian Gardens, it was their city branding. It was coining it City on the Move. For El Monte, El Monte was the city and branding. Temple City was downtown. Greater West Covina was the business association. Huntington Beach is the city, that is public relations. Baldwin Park were elements of the communications part.
And are these fairly contemporary? Would you say in the last 5 years you've worked on these, or is this your entire portfolio since the inception of your company?
Well, luckily, although I'm getting really old, it doesn't go back 20 years.
We're about the same age, Carrie.
I know, that's true, we are.
You
Okay,
age better, but
you're making me feel better
you age
about
better.
myself right now.
And I would say, just to add, many of those cities are in the San Gabriel Valley or in the Orange County
Sure.
area, where a lot of my career has been spent. So I did call some of the city managers. So I would note that although she referenced that They were, in some cases, the branding portion of it. Those are cities that don't have a major, so that was a major communications component for them.
Because I picked up two. I mean, you enumerated several cities, but I picked up two: Hawaiian Gardens, Huntington Beach, and El Monte, I think, maybe three.
El Monte, yeah.
So three of them. So thank you. My other question, who specifically was on the selecting committee? If you don't have the answer, can you just follow up? I mean, I know you mentioned departments, but
Yeah, she can name.
who on that committee from our city was on it?
It was both the same. It was myself from the city manager's office, Akina, who actually did the RFQ, Brian Pellis, he's back, Lieutenant Brian Pellis, who's in the back of the room, Kathy Brand, our economic development director, and Jim Tickmeyer, our Parks and Rec director.
Very good. Can you list the 11 names? Do you have a list of those 11 names?
I have the list in my office, and I'd be happy to give it to you.
Yeah, just
And the
follow up
rankings.
if you wouldn't mind.
And the rankings I can give to you.
Yeah, I didn't see that in the backup, and so that was a little troublesome for me.
I can tell you that the top two were the very top two.
On item 10, which is a police-related issue, I guess my concern here is on the $91,000. I just want to know a breakout of that. If you go to packet item number 10, this is regarding police vehicles. There's a certain price form and a breakdown. Now, I understand it's, tail lights and certain switches and wiring, but I see kind of the price list. And so I don't see that in the backup material. Is there a reason why? Because in your RFP, you actually suggest that there one be provided, and yet it wasn't included.
Actually, every company provided a separate proposal of their costs. Westbound's was probably the easiest because they had the monthly retainer. Most gave us a per-hour charge, so it was
Okay.
difficult to determine what the cost would be in the long run.
Is Westbound the lowest on all 11?
No. No, we had some in the $600,000 range.
Okay. So what is the spectrum? That's my next question. What's the spectrum of the range of pricing? And are we on the lower third or quarter of that highest,
About the middle.
about the middle?
And again, some were hard to determine because they gave us hourly rates.
And a little bit like lawyers, and some of them charged for even conversations and things. So it was a little difficult.
That billable hours.
Every
I got it.
7 minutes, there was so that was a little difficult for us to compare apples to apples in those cases. So we tried to just estimate what those were, and so again.
Okay. My final question is, we currently do have Monica Lagos. And so while it's probably a personnel question, but I want to not really center and focus on a person or individual. But we have about $150,000 budgeted for that communications director. How will this team interface with Monica Lagos and the communications that we currently have, which is bare bones, I get it. But how are you attempting to interface their work with that?
So at this point, and I'll take it out of the personnel discussion, but we do have one full-time person budgeted in that activity. It is a full-time management level position. Their time is being consumed doing the monthly newsletter. So each of you, in fact, I think at your place this evening was the current issue of the newsletter. Just about one full-time, the full-time hours are being allocated to doing that newsletter and doing the work that is able to be done on the city newsletter, keeping it as up-to-date as possible. So there really isn't capacity to do all this additional work that we're discussing today. So that person will continue to do. We think the newsletter is critical. We are increasing the readership of that. We anticipate continuing with the newsletter and also continuing with the website, which are critical.
My final comment is I wish you the best, Carrie, on your endeavor here in our city. My final concern, and I'll be looking to our city manager because I can hold you accountable, not necessarily, and the process. So my concern is that this somehow may, it is an election year, and so it appears that there are some concerns that I've received from people that this somehow these op-eds and these articles written somehow might influence. So I'm going to caution our staff to be very careful because I will be watching it.
Part of, and I understand that part of our transition here in this organization is to make sure that we as staff members are not engaged in the politics of this community. Probably for one of the first times in your history, you received a memo from me and the city attorney providing guidelines that went to all the directors, and all the directors shared that with their employees. So we're being very careful. And again, I would submit that that's probably the first time that this organization's ever sent something like that out. But Gary and I felt it was very critical to do that. We are paying attention to situations where we are being placed in a position where it may appear that we have preferences related to candidates, and we're not going to allow that to happen. Within the city newsletter, you may notice that as we've approached the election, there are no more pictures of elected officials in them, and they're not going to be, so that we can make sure that there's not even a question about whether or not.
Well, you bring up a good point, which is really my final point. I think we should suspend 90 days prior to any primary or general election, suspend all elected officials, coffee meetups, special organized meetings from electeds. I think it's really unbecoming of an elected official to somehow campaign an election 90 days to 120 days. So I think that might be something you might want to look
Maybe
into.
I don't disagree. Now, we don't currently have any policies related to that. Gary and I really summarized
Understood.
the law and any city policies we had. We do have a series of sessions coming up in the next couple of weeks, because we'll need to start talking about budget. I will make sure I add to the agenda discussion about elections and things so we can.
Well, including the use of Nextdoor and other facility, or, Councilman Nickel brings up very good points. I have yet to see a communications plan on social media from the elected official here in this community. So things are a little of concern to me. I bring them to your attention. I look forward to your participation. Thank you.
Councilmember Richard?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just have a comment. Carrie, you mentioned that you were a resident of San Bernardino?
I actually live one house into the county. So
a resident of San Bernardino County? But nonetheless, I just, you talked about the rebranding. You talked about the rebranding of the city of San Bernardino. You talked about bringing up focus groups. And I just want to just empower you to continue, make sure that these focus groups have some diversity in it.
It's huge.
Yes. And so we want to make sure that when you talked about bringing businesses and attracting businesses to the city of San Bernardino, we also want you to let them know that we do have a skilled workforce here in San Bernardino, because that's part of the myth about San Bernardino, that we do not have a skilled workforce, and we do have a skilled workforce. So I just want to make sure you keep that in mind and make sure everybody has the opportunity that wants to participate in the focus group.
Yeah, and if I can just do one real quick introduction, because diversity is critical to this. And so I would like to introduce you to Robert Chavez. He's right there. And Robert has worked on the Omnitrans, SBCTA, and San Manuel projects for our town. Robert is bilingual, bicultural, and fully engaged, and that's been very important, because a lot of the communication within this community is very grassroots, and it needs to be with our neighbors. And so Robert is here joining us for this, and then your point to the skilled workforce, it's critical. And if I could just make one commendation to the city and to the school district, Amazon is starting its first career pathway in the United States in San Bernardino. And that's huge. Oh, okay. Okay. Thanks, Barbara. I didn't know. But the point to that, though, is showing that not only do we have a skilled workforce, that we are building a skilled workforce. And so that's also making sure that we're working with county workforce development to make sure that those resources are spent here in the city as well.
And that's something else that, and I apologize, I don't remember who asked me the question, but someone asked about the evaluation criteria and really what was that distinction. And I think what we found was there were 11 very, very good companies that proposed or submitted proposals. There were really 2 that rose to the top. We interviewed those top 2. But one of the things that did give Westbound really an advantage is their level of understanding about the different elements within the community. I mean, they were aware of the work that Workforce Development's been doing. They're aware of some of the relationships that we've built and need to continue to build with San Manuel. They have relationships with Omnitrans and SBCTA. They have a great partnership with the school district. And so as we start to talk about what are those things that make San Bernardino uniquely attractive to potential employers and investors, they have a sense of all those different institutions. Now, that doesn't mean that we don't need to continue to build those partnerships and do more in that area, but they at least had that foundation. It wasn't me saying, now go contact Dale Marsden at the school district and ask him about this. It was, they have a sense of who Dale Marsden is and some of the very terrific things that are happening at our school district. So again, that makes it a little easier for us because they have those connections in the community and can help us build those relationships. Yeah.
Yes, and I'm glad you mentioned the career pathways, so yes, that's huge in the city of San Bernardino. And just make sure you include the youth in this, because they are our future.
They are.
And a lot of times we seem to omit them as far as the workforce is concerned. So let's move forward and welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mayor, one last comment, please.
Councilman Barrios.
Just wanted to point out that, our community is 62% Latino, as you pointed out here in the report. And just want to make sure that, that is the target market out here. San Bernardino is probably more than 62% Hispanic, probably closer to 70. But I just want to see some reflection on that. I don't know if there's going to be any Spanish propaganda put out there.
Robert.
Yeah, so again, I'm Robert Chavez. I've been blessed to have been working here in the city of San Bernardino for the past 12 years on a number of different types of projects. And one of the things that I specifically work on is multicultural outreach, and specifically Latino outreach. So our materials, the way that we're looking at it, is certainly obviously making sure that all the different demographics are included, not just by race, but age as well. You talked about the youth. We talked about the generations that have been here that talk about how great San Bernardino used to be and how they wish it was that way. We're looking at how to bridge that because there are a lot of wonderful qualities that the city used to have and that are starting to really come out with the work that's been happening here in the past few years. So Spanish speaking definitely is something that we will be handling in-house. Several people on our team that are bilingual, but I've been working a lot in the community, reaching out to different groups. Worked a lot with Virginia in the past. Worked a lot actually with Chaz up there, and a lot of different projects, stuff that we did with the EDA, and a lot of it was in Spanish, in language, so it'll be reflected for sure.
Thank you. I look forward to seeing your work.
Any further discussions? If not, call for the vote.
On item 14, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Charette and the second by Ms. Marquez, and the item passes 7-0.
Thank you. Next is item number 15. This is charter implementation, changes to the City of San Bernardino's boards, commissions, and citizens advisory committees, part 4.
It does sound like a bad movie, although the ladies are wonderful. I started starring Rebecca Kramer. No, they're doing a remarkable job, and we didn't want to make it seem like a bad miniseries, but we also recognize that we're building things, and sometimes we can't change things immediately, but it's a process to get to where we need to be. And so here tonight to present part 4 is Rebecca, and so she'll start, and I think that Kim will make some suggestions. But again, this is part of our ongoing effort as we look to change the structure of our boards and commissions and really make sure that we're providing the level of staff support that they deserve and creating opportunities for them to provide good policy recommendations to the mayor and council. And so with that, they're going to walk through the part 4 items and then talk about what we anticipate in terms of next steps. Rebecca?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, thank you for allowing us to come and speak before you once again this evening. As has been discussed, tonight you'll be considering part 4 of what we anticipate at this point is a 5-part series related to the city's boards, commissions, and citizen advisory committees. As you recall, given the resources required to effectively support the citizen advisory body system that we have, direction was provided at the November Strategic Planning Committee meeting to re-examine the responsibility of each of your advisory groups, reduce the number of advisory bodies, and consolidate the areas of responsibility to ensure that we are focusing our efforts and are able to continue to provide meaningful opportunities for citizen participation. So with that in mind, with the approval of the specific changes to the advisory body system presented for consideration beginning, if you recall, on February the 7th, and which will conclude tonight, the number of advisory boards will be reduced from 23 to 13. The final items to be considered in association with the changes to our advisory body system will include the establishment of operating guidelines for our Personnel Commission and our Water Board. And these final changes we anticipate being presented within the next few months. Tonight, you will be considering the dissolution of the Bureau of Franchises and the Mobile Home Rent Board, the consolidation of the Fine Arts and Historic Preservation Commissions under our Arts and Cultural Heritage Commission, or as you heard this evening, alternatively, the Arts and Historical Preservation Commission, and then the establishment of operating guidelines for the Library Board of Trustees. With respect to the Bureau of Franchises, this body is tasked with issuing operator permits for non-medical transportation and taxi service companies. In most municipalities, this responsibility is delegated to city staff under the permitting provisions that you've established in your municipal code. With infrequent meetings, it is difficult to maintain a quorum of individuals with the expertise and experience needed to review and assess permitting requirements. And given that the Bureau's approval is required before a business license can be issued for these types of businesses, the inability to schedule a meeting consisting of a quorum delays the business licensing process. And this is exemplified. We recently tried to establish a meeting that was to take place yesterday, and we had to cancel it due to lack of a quorum. So I think that's exemplified, and this has been an ongoing issue with these types of issues. Additionally, the ambulance and chartered vehicles have been removed from the municipal code in the item that you're considering this evening, as these services are regulated by other agencies. So that was the additional change that you're going to be considering in association with the possible dissolution of the Bureau. With respect to the Mobile Home Rents Board, this board's sole responsibility is to consider requests for mobile home park space rental fee increases. Given the limited scope of responsibility and the infrequency of such requests, the board has not met in more than 7 years. With the infrequent meetings, it is difficult to maintain a quorum with the expertise and experience needed to hold a rent control hearing, take testimony, and review detailed financial information and other evidence. It's for these reasons that it's recommended that the requests for the mobile home space rent increases be referred to an independent hearing officer with experience in municipal law. This will ensure that there is an expedient and impartial review process in the event of such a request, which exceeds the annual adjustments which is already provided for within the municipal code. I think it's also important to note that the proposed change will not alter the fee increase process or take away from the rights of either the mobile home park tenants or the park owners and operators, as there's still a mechanism built in for those rate increases, if it should come to that, for them to have a hearing before a hearing officer. The next item that you're going to be considering is the Arts and Cultural Heritage Commission. As you may recall, on February 7th, direction was provided by the Mayor and Council to prepare a resolution consolidating the Historical Preservation and Fine Arts Commission. With the consolidation of this commission, the Municipal Code, Chapter 15.37, pertaining to historic building demolition, will need to be amended to reference the newly established commission in place of the Historic Preservation Commission, which is referenced there now. So that's the additional change that you have. As you'd heard tonight, an alternate name was proposed. If the Mayor and Council agree with the alternate name for the Arts and Historic Preservation Commission, the name can be changed with your action this evening. You would need to alter the Resolution 2018-97 and the ordinance regarding the demolition of buildings, which is Municipal Code Ordinance 1482. And then your very final change will be the Library Board of Trustees. You're establishing operating guidelines for that body. And with that, I would certainly welcome any questions that you may have regarding the proposed changes this evening, concerns.
Councilman Valdivia.
Thank you, Mayor. I was at a point where there was essentially a fork in the road for me on this item, specifically item number 2. I want to allay fears from our mobile home community that this does not somehow circumvent the process of the rent control. I want to repeat that. This does not circumvent the role of the rent ordinance that we already have in place. We've done some great work in leading that. Certainly appreciate Stephen Graham and our city attorney's office for leading forward on some of those important issues and tenets of rent control for our citizens. What I like about this item number 2 is it doesn't somehow infringe upon the rights of a mobile home tenant. And so I appreciate your work, appreciate your department for looking into that. I reflected some of those concerns back in, I think, October, November, when we had our strategic meeting. And I appreciate you really taking note of that. I think that certainly has given me some deeper thought on this, and so I'll be supporting it tonight. And final point is we can always amend or repeal any ordinance here. So we can always play with some of these items. We're not bound by it. New council or new mayor comes, we can always certainly revisit anything within our municipal code. Is that accurate?
That's accurate. And in fact, historically, we've probably not done enough, just periodic
Sure.
revisions, so absolutely you can.
So I'll be supporting this. It seems that final point is that most of the rent control, the hearing officers were going towards this. I've done, with the help of our industry partner and her advice, Ms. Pauley, that many of the agencies are going to the route of a hearing officer. It certainly has greater provisions, I think, in a large sense for the tenant. And it certainly does favor, but it really allows our city staff to flourish in their own particular niche and expertise, allows for the freedom of input, and yet allows an avenue for an appeal process. So rights aren't being trampled on, and we appreciate our industry partner, WMA, for their input, and I will be supporting this tonight.
Councilman Mulvihill.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to make that change that a number of speakers regarding the arts and I think it was Historical Preservation Commission.
Yes.
Just
the Arts and Historical Preservation Commission.
Okay, if that's what they want, why not? It's good. But I'd also like to.
So are you moving the item then?
I'll move that.
All right, with that.
Second.
Yeah. And just make a comment that I haven't kept close track of what the Historic Preservation Committee has been working on, but I do know that I live on a street that by city resolution back in the 1990s declared it a historic district. Now, when we put together the Historic Preservation Commission along with the General Plan Revision back in 1989, we hired one of the top-notch consultants in California, and he determined that there was almost a dozen potential historic districts in the city. Now, we're not talking about you can't change this or change that and so forth. It's simply a city resolution. But the fact is, it makes 25th Street distinctive. And I think that, again, I can't say what the Historic Preservation Commission has been working on, but the point is, the Mills Act, okay, that's one thing. What do you do the rest of the year? You review things that may be with regard to demolition, but the point is, that's saying no. Let's say yes to preservation. Let's identify areas. And I shouldn't say let's identify. They've already been identified 30 years ago. And simply look at the districts that we do have. I've gone through these areas. There's still, most of them still exist. The 210 did destroy a little bit of some of them. The 215 did destroy some of them. So I just, along with the name change, I just make that comment that there's a job to do in San Bernardino. It's one of the oldest cities in California, for crying out loud. I've seen the California Hotel torn down. I've seen the Platt Building torn down. The Platt Building could have been a beautiful place for lofts in downtown San Bernardino. It would have been a beautiful opportunity for us in this day and age. But it was torn down because as recently as the 1990s, it wasn't appreciated. The California Hotel was torn down for a parking lot. And I just think about when I initially arrived here, several Mormon adobes were torn down, put in a parking lot. I mean, I think it was Judy Collins sang a song about that. They didn't listen. So I guess what I have to say is that there's work to be done, and it's not just the Mills Act. And stop wasting the time of this commission and the people on it, and get into some real substance of preserving our history. And again, advertising it as part of this turning the corner. We are one of the oldest cities in California. Thank you.
City Manager.
If I mean, certainly he was referencing a specific commission, but I just want to make a broader conversation or comment about part of the reason why we looked at this as a huge opportunity. Our goal with this process is to ensure that the council and the mayor are aware of what the commissions are doing. So we will assign a staff liaison to every one of the commissions. That staff liaison is going to be trained to make sure that they understand the Brown Act, how to report, how their agendas have to be posted. All the minutes from their meetings are going to come to you, so I'm going to give you the minutes of the various groups' meetings so you have a sense of what they're looking at. I'm going to come to you on a regular basis as part of our ongoing communication. What are the commissions working on? What are the things you collectively want them to be working on, so that if there is something like historic preservation where you become concerned that maybe one of the commissions isn't performing the way you want them to, you can let me know that, and I can make sure that they're focused on those things that you find to be priorities. Once we get through this transition period, I also, again, it'll take some time to get there, but one of the things I would like us to do regularly is to sit down with each of the commissions and have a joint meeting with the mayor and city council and the commission, so that you can hear from the commissions, what are they working on, what do they see as priorities within their areas, and that gives all of you a chance to really talk to them about what you expect from them as commissioners and what their expectations, what your expectations are of them as a collective body. Rebecca, now that we're moving through this and you've made some decisions, she's crafting a handbook because some of the commissions have commented that they'd like to receive more information, that they feel that they need to have a level of training. So as you appoint commissions, we'll have a commission handbook for them that we will be presenting to you for you to approve, so that they actually get something that they can refer to when they have questions or issues. So again, I see this being a more formal process so that you can give the kind of feedback that Councilmember Mulvihill just provided. Clearly he has a frustration with the preservation of the city, but this way we can do it in a formal manner where that communication then goes back to them with some very clear direction. Here's some things we want you to do. So I think ultimately, once this is fully implemented, you'll actually be receiving more input from the community on very critical policy issues.
Councilman Nichol?
No, my question was answered. I just want to make sure we got the name changed.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
We have Councilman Marquez. Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Just real quickly, I'm like Dottie Garcia. I'm reluctant to approve the name change to the Arts and Historical Preservation Commission. This should have been coming to our attention a few weeks ago, and it just kind of confirms to me that commissioners are still living in silos. And I'm hoping that through the combination of these commissions, that will end, because this is about the city, and all of you commissioners are representing the diversity of our city. And so, Dottie, thank you for that comment. So I'm scolding a couple of people in a gentle way, but I am approving it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. No further comments. We'll take a vote.
On item 15, the motion to approve is made by Mr. Mulvihill, the second by Mr. Valdivia, and the item passes 7-0.
Thank
sorry,
you.
Mr.
Next
Mayor,
on the
did-
agenda is item 16A. This is Charter Implementation Business Registration Division, Part 2.
Let's,
We have a motion and
Yeah,
we have a
move for
second.
approval.
Any discussion? All right. Councilman Valdivia, the mover. Councilmember Marquez was the second. Any further discussion? All right.
On item
That was
16, the
easy.
motion to approve is made by Mr. Valdivia, the second by Ms. Marquez. Would you like to continue the discussion before the vote is
Discussion's
completed?
over. We're going on to number 17. Thank you. Item number. Right. Item number 17.
And the item passes 7-0.
Andrea, come on, catch up with us, would you?
Thank you. Item number 17, an urgency ordinance of the City of San Bernardino, California, reauthorizing the city's public educational and governmental access and support fee.
move for approval?
Second.
Motion and a second.
This
Further
really is
discussion?
administrative, yes.
Thank you.
And on item 17, the motion to approve is made by Mr. Valdivia, the second by Mr. Nichol, and the item passes 7-0.
Thank you. Next item is receive and file. Item number 18, the CIP work plan update.
Mayor, members of the council, to step back a little bit, each year cities generally adopt a capital improvement work plan. Several months ago, the council expressed to me some frustration that prior plans were not fully implemented, that the work that was committed to being done either was not done or was not done on schedule, maybe was not done in a timely manner. So we really worked this year to focus on those things that we felt were doable within the fiscal year 17-18. The council adopted a capital improvement plan for this year, recognizing that we really had a lot of work to do to assess all the various systems that we have, our roadway condition, the condition of our streets and trees, the conditions of our parks and play equipment, and we're in the process of doing that. But it was critical that we have at least a good, strong one-year plan that we all agreed were projects that we wanted to complete this year, or at least begin design work. From that, the staff went back and developed a work plan that was presented to the mayor and council, and it really identified where we anticipated being at each stage of the various projects. And as you know, projects start really with design work. In some cases, we do community outreach, like a project that we've started with the Delman Heights Park, where we're going out, we're assessing the community's needs and what their expectations are for that park. So again, they start typically with either that community visioning project or design work, all the way through the construction phase. But there are various steps along the way, and unfortunately, some projects do take time, given the fact that we have various steps that we have to complete. So the staff developed a work plan for you, so you had a chance to see where we anticipated being with each phase of the project. Alex and Trish have now assumed responsibility for that, and Alex is here this evening to give his first work plan update to the mayor and city council. This is one of those things that will become better with time. So Alex is dealing with really what he inherited, but he'll walk through each project. We have some good news to report. There's some areas where we want to make some slight modifications, and we'll propose those to you as he goes through his report. And so with that, Alex.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City staff, and the residents of San Bernardino. The item before you tonight is the Capital Improvement Work Plan update for the fiscal year 17-18. First of all, just for educational purposes, the Capital Improvement Program, or CIP, is a planning tool that is commonly used for expenditure of resources for public infrastructure, and it has to be different than any maintenance programs. The CIP work plan for the 17-18, as approved by the council, consists of 60 projects. The 60 different projects that addresses buildings, parks, streets, storm drains, traffic, and street lights. This work plan was approved by the Honorable Council with a budget of $28.9 million back in, I believe, in October of 2017. So just to give a heads up, we have about 28 projects in engineering, which is considered to be streets, curb gutter, sidewalks, handicap ramps, and on schedule and completed so far is 14 projects, and delay for another 14 projects just because reasons for could be federal funds, and Caltrans is playing the game of waiting on these funds, or it could be environmental clearances for any projects that we're doing. In the traffic, we had a total projects of 10, completed on schedule is 7, and for the same reasons, delay of about 3 of the projects were delayed for 1 or 2 quarters. Parks and Recreations, we had 11 projects in the books, completed 7 and about 4 delayed. General Building, we had 11. We completed or in schedule so far is 3, and delay for 1 or 2 quarters is about 8. So we are looking about 31 to 29, about 50% of the work plan has been delivered so far. The next slide is just, oh, that's small. I apologize. But this slide shows the city of San Bernardino and where is these projects located. Just to give an overview, just to let you know, we're going to be busy this summer. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Councilman Valdivia.
Thank you. Ms. City Manager, I appreciate the update. This is very critical. Many residents and constituents of mine call the council office, complain of potholes, streetlights, curb and gutter, asphalt repairs, and whatnot. When I attend the monthly neighborhood council meeting, I also hear from presidents, many of which express frustration. Frustration looming from broken streetlights and potholes and all the other stuff. I think we're on the road to repair. I think we're on victory lane here. I see some inconsistent numbers, first off, so maybe you can help me on that. In the slide, it suggests that there's $28.9 million earmarked or appropriated for CIP, and yet on the backup material is 22.6. So I want to know what's the real number.
Remember, the other number probably does include carryovers. So there were projects that were previously budgeted where funds had been carried over because they were not fully expended, but we were under contract. So that would account for some of the minor differences in numbers. So it's projects that you
So the
approved.
variance of 28.9 that is alluded to on the slideshow, the variance of 28.9 and 22.6, that's come before the council for approval?
Yes. Yeah. And it was just a carryover. We were under contract because the council approved the contracts for the work, but
Okay.
we would carry over the money, so it will reflect a little bit higher.
And in what form or fashion are you enlisting the, maybe in pre-conference mode, or is it a standard practice for council members to spend time with staff members on their particular ideas with maybe some help from the assistant city manager or maybe your office? How can we better cross-pollinate the needs of our wards to you and to ultimately staff?
So remember, this is a document that's approved by the mayor and city council. So we will have a series of budget discussions starting this month, toward the end of this month, where we start to begin the budget discussions.
Sure.
We'll present to you proposed revenues and expenditures. You'll have a chance to look at fund balances in all of our various funds so that you know what kinds of funding is available for different types of uses. And then as part of that discussion, that's where you should be providing to us input on the kinds of projects. If you'd like to send that to us in advance, that would be helpful. So as part of that, I do plan to send out a memo to you reminding you of those upcoming dates and also asking what are those things that are important to you. And then we will discuss it as a group, and then ultimately you will, as a collective body, will make a decision as to what projects you want to include or not.
My feeling is I'm in disagreement with you. I think that we should have a pre-conference type of meeting with staff members, because we can't somehow at a public workshop enumerate the many issues in our own district. It would take ad infinitum on hours.
I would be
and it's
more
not,
than,
and
I
it's
would,
not
yeah,
and it's not a best use
right. I
of
would be more
public
than
time.
happy to do that, but ultimately I'm going to have to
Oh no, I get
synthesize
that.
those and bring
I
those
get
here.
that.
Yeah.
But if you could, certainly, if no one else wants that opportunity, I'm raising my hand. I'd like that.
Okay.
Because I'd like to meet with staff and talk to them
Right. You'll
about.
schedule a meeting with me, and
That's
I'll have
fine.
the public works staff.
Whatever you want to, however you want to convene that meeting with Trish Ray, I could spend 8 hours on potholes, seriously. But I'd like to talk to staff members and other things, public works related. But I want the time because my constituents have elected me to speak for them on these important issues. And while I respect the public meeting component, it doesn't allow for the specific granular minutia that a councilman who's working their district, who understands their district, who is responsive to emails and calls, to really feedback that to your staff. So I'd like that.
Yes, so what I will do is I'll schedule meetings
Thank
with
you.
those who want to, and then we'll synthesize, we'll listen to the concerns, we'll synthesize that, and so then one of the things we will provide to you as part of that CIP discussion is a list of the things that have been proposed by each one of you, so that collectively you can decide what you want to include and what projects, unfortunately, because funding availability or limited resources,
No,
you don't want to include.
I get that. And I appreciate your compromise, Andrea. That's wonderful, your cooperative spirit, so I appreciate that. I do have some final questions regarding our percentage. I've asked repeatedly that we want percentage outcomes. I'm a big believer. I've been in the private industry for 20 years, and I always believe that results are the most important driver for the success of a company and private entrepreneurs. So I'd like to eventually see our outcome here. I think you're headed the right direction. What's the action? Is this just move to accept, or is this just receive and file?
This is just receive and file.
Okay.
But I do want to share something with you, and it's
Yes.
being copied now. I guess your agenda packet doesn't include the entire report. So the entire.
Okay, there.
Yeah. Well, I just
right,
looked at my
well.
agenda. I'm like, this is not it. So anyway, that will be copied to you, but it is a receive and file report. And,
Okay.
and if you look at these sheets, this is receive and file, but it includes it includes what the colors mean, Councilmember Richard. But it has each of the CIP projects, what the funding source is, so you have a sense of what type of funding that has been earmarked for that, the proposed budget, what we anticipate spending within this fiscal year, and then the description of the project and status. Green is those projects that are absolutely on schedule. Yellow, the projects may be delayed slightly, but we try to define for you what that delay is related to. And then there are a series of red projects, and all of those projects really relate to this building and the fact that we anticipate that we need to do more research on the City Hall structure before we make continued investments in this facility. So again, they are going to copy that right this second and give you the full report.
And my final comment is the streets projects. We salute your department. We thank you very much. Can you walk me through, I think it's slide number 2. I'm a very visual individual. I like to see, the next slide, the chart there. There's categories: engineering, traffic, parks, and rec. What is the engineering more of the study and analysis to prepare for the build-out project?
The engineering is the consider of the street projects and the concrete repair. It will consider the handicap ramps, sidewalk, curb and gutter replacement that we have, and the street projects.
And what is the traffic? So differentiate engineering bucket versus the traffic bucket.
The traffic is contain the street lights replacement, luminaire replacement for street signal lights, striping, loops, cameras, backup cameras, backup battery to the signal lights, and upgrading of signal lights.
Very good. I will be advocating, Ms. City Manager. I appreciate you've always been very kind and generous with your time when I do meet with you regarding the CIP. I would love to encourage our council to adopt and move for a hybrid approach on our street repavement rehabilitation program. I understand the philosophy or the resource allocation and prioritization of, the main arterials versus collector streets and whatnot. But I think there needs to be a balanced approach. Yes. And I'm not seeing a penny for a dollar here. I'm not seeing a great impact on our main streets. So the policymaker, we have the purse strings. And so I want to recommend that we ultimately move towards a hybrid. We can do both and. We don't have to just be stuck on one type of highway. We need to be both in, because I have city residents who are complaining year after year that it's been 30, 40 years since my street's been paved. And when I look at other cities, they're on a pavement plan. So anyhow, good for consideration and your ultimate.
And we don't disagree with you. I think, just to go to kind of if I can put words in the council's, I think really what the council was trying to do is, given the very limited resources that the council had available at that time, our goal would really ultimately be, and I know of public works staff that have been doing this for a long time, we believe that every street in the city should be touched on a regular basis. Much like we're trying to do and develop regular maintenance schedules throughout the city, the streets need to be resurfaced and paved and maintained. So our goal ultimately is to get to some kind of a regular cycle where we're impacting those streets, and residents aren't saying to us, it's been 30, 40 years. And I will tell you, I've driven around some portions of this community. We have some streets that really are returning to dirt. You know, someone commented that we're the oldest city in this region. Well, we really are, and you can look at some of our streets, and some of them are really dirt. It's like I'm expecting the covered wagon to go back down it. So we agree with that. We just have to find the resources to be able to do that. I think one of the other discussions that we want to have with you as part of this, and this is part of the reason why I anticipate our budget process being a little bit longer this year and maybe more labor intensive, we actually want to start with a discussion with all of you where you have a chance to look at the assessment, and we can certainly, going to the Mayor Pro Tem's comment, data is really important. There's probably a lot of additional data that we need in some of these cases, but we want to at least present to you the assessments that we have on our parks, our play equipment, our streets, our sidewalks, our curb and gutter, our trees, our public buildings. So we're going to start the budget discussions in this year with really, couple of hours worth of just assessments of our physical conditions and where we are today, and what we think we can realistically do in the next year, 5 years, and beyond that.
Councilman Nickel.
Yeah, just a couple questions. I did have on the Little Mountain Drive pavement rehabilitation project. I know that we had an issue, from what I understand, on the camber of the roadway as well. So I want to make sure that that's part of this. We've had cars go off the hillside there because the camber seems to be a...
Yes, it is.
It's, I find myself tapping on the brakes there at the top just to make sure I'm not flying off the hill.
That's good.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we're addressing that as well, and I appreciate all the work you've done on this. Thank you very much. And also, I know that we were going to coordinate a bit with the county. I think we were going to coordinate a meeting. I want to make sure that, if we need to pick up on that, or I think there was an issue with a recent storm and we had to reschedule that. But I want to make sure that we're collaborating with the county. I think there's some great opportunities for economy of scale potentially in terms of some of these large capital projects, and certainly if we can get our costs of materials down. I'm all for that. I know the county allows piggybacking on many, if not all, of their contracts, so I want to make sure that we're taking full advantage of that as possible to get those costs down so that we can hopefully do more. But that's all I have. Thank you.
Trish does have a meeting scheduled with the county, and, on a note, we talked about the county, but the other department we need to spend a considerable amount of time with is also the water department. So, yes, we agree. So this is the actual report. You can tell it's big and much thicker. It's a big report and much thicker. So there's the whole report. That's what
Wait a minute. Oh. I thought we were just going to have to go through that. Each one to share the whole. There's one for each of them. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I misunderstood. I'll get it to you as quick as possible. Old Fred's back. I thought I was going to have to...
Wants their copy of the big CIP. Yeah.
All right, Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have one real quick question. Is this mine? Thanks. Alex, thank you for your presentation. You simplified it. I do have a specific question, however, regarding the study of options and costs for City Hall seismic retrofit and rehabilitation. Maybe I'm just getting older and I can't really see, and I know it's shaded in red. All I can read is that RFP will be issued, is it this quarter?
Yes, the RFP already been issued, and
Oh,
we
okay.
are expecting proposals to be submitted to us end of April.
Okay, and the proposed project is worth 500,000, and we have how much money have we spent? 200,000 already on that, according to this? No. Maybe I'm the one that's confused, so if I can get some clarification.
We have, I want to talk about City Hall just generally, and
Sure.
and then we'll talk about the funding that we've spent. Remember, when we were moving out of City Hall, we were moving to this facility. We had some employees moving to the Vanner Tower and other sites really throughout the downtown.
The old Sabita building.
Sabita building, and then ultimately down to the corner of 2nd Street. We had envisioned that we would make significant improvements to this building, with the intent that it was going to be a multi-year stay with all of us here. I think we've come to realize that this building has limitations. It's not large enough to accommodate everyone, all of our functions. But along the way, we've also determined that there may be some new technologies and some opportunities that we have with respect to City Hall. So it's time to get someone on board to actually explore those.
Right.
Now that we have a full complement of professionals in our Public Works Department, it's time to evaluate those opportunities, get a consultant on board with the engineering, the structural engineering background to be able to tell us what are realistic costs and what are realistic timeframes. But we're hopeful that that process may be much sooner than what we anticipated. And given that, I don't know that we want to continue to invest in this building, other
Right.
than making some of the ADA accessibility issues. It is a difficult building to get into, so we're trying to make it more accommodating to the public while we're here.
Good.
But some of the major improvements that we had envisioned for this building, we've scaled back, and we're not going to do those, with the intent that we really start on the City Hall project, focus on that, have a consultant assist us in identifying all the various alternatives. One of the alternatives I know the council wants us to look at is, maybe that building isn't in a position to be able to say that certainly will be one of the options, all the way up to full retrofit of the building. So we think that's more critical. Focus on that, get that project done so you have alternatives before you, rather than continuing to invest in this building. So we have
Right.
spent a little bit of money on that initial part of that project, but we anticipate it'll be about close to $500,000 to do the full analysis that we need to complete on that site.
That's good to hear. I'm still getting phone calls and comments from residents. They still think that we're having City Hall open.
Right.
And I would rather go back to that building because it's a City Hall. This area is not conducive at all. It's very small, and I don't think we should spend any more money in it other than the ADA compliance.
I think we've come to the belief that we need to get options before you as quickly as we possibly can.
I agree, and I think there's another agenda item in the packet that will discuss that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilman Barrios?
Thank you, Mayor. Glad to see these updates. It's, I know that the Jerry Lewis Swim Center, he's getting the attention it so well needs. It's
Yes.
I guess the most popular swim center in the city at Pearsall Park. Question on the storm drain and Waterman and Baseline, where for years and years we've been waiting for an update and for the storm drains to be repaired. It says 80% design completed. When will it be completed, and when will the work begin, approximately?
This project will be complete, the design will be completed by the end of this fiscal year. It just, the construction of it, we would like to program it in the next 5-year CIP, which is you will see in the future,
By when?
in the next 5-year CIP.
In the next 5 years?
Yes, well, the plan,
Okay, got it.
yes.
Just wanted to be clear.
No, not 5 years, but, we would, the cost of it is too high that we need to put it in this CIP that we can afford it.
Thank you.
Any further questions? All right, if not, this is a receive and file. Thank you very much. Appreciate the large print. And
On short notice, it's the only copier size we had. Terry hit whatever size she could.
I believe that according to some of the members of the prior Historic Preservation Commission, some of them came to San Bernardino in those wagons. We want to thank them for their endurance.
I didn't say that they actually came in those wagons. I just wanted to be clear.
Item number 19, this is the Vermont Community Center. The recommendation is to direct the Public Works Department to prepare bid documents and solicit bids for the demolition and restoration of the Vermont Community Center project site to a condition which complements the Algoon Park and meets Parks and Recreation landscape facility standards. City Manager?
Mayor and members of the council, this is a tough report for us. As you know, that center has had ongoing challenges. I'm certainly not intimately aware of all of the issues that it's faced, and Trish is certainly not aware of those either, I think having been at the city of San Bernardino for about 2 or 3 months. But obviously you can look through the various files, and this is a very tough project, but it's also a tough recommendation for us to make. Because we recognize that all of our community centers are heavily used, some certainly more than others, but they are all used and very vibrant. And we believe that on a long-term basis, they can become even more vibrant, and they're an important part of our community. The reason this is before you this evening is there was a proposal to make certain repairs to the building as we acquired staff.
Could you speak into the...
Sorry.
Thank you.
As we had staff members join the team.
Is that better?
Yeah.
A little better.
A little. Here, it's hard for me to look at you guys and.
I know it's hard to look at us.
I also did not say that.
I think that's
You
better.
did say that.
That is better.
You want to look at the tape? You did say that.
I did say that because you didn't let me finish. I did say that. So this is a tough recommendation for us to make. This came to our attention because there was a project for repairs to the center, and as we looked at the repairs that needed to be made, we realized that certificates of occupancy had not been achieved on that site, that for some period of time, and we've not traced all that back, but for certainly some period of time, there was a operation under a temporary certificate of occupancy, and those are really intended to be temporary. They're not intended to go on for a long period of time, and usually the occupancy under a temporary occupancy permit is very limited. So we realized that this one had been operating under a temporary system for a very long time period, and so it caused us to take a look at some of the other systems that support that building, and ultimately Trish will walk through the analysis that was completed, but we determined that there were more significant concerns there than what we had originally would have been led to believe when you just looked at what the proposal was for repairs to a facility. I think this project, though, does present certain opportunities. One of the things that the Mayor Pro Tem and I have talked about with members of the Vermont area, and several others of you have talked about the potential for development up in the Vermont area, and consistently you've all identified that you'd like to see a specific plan that really addresses the traffic issues, the connection of the trails in that region, the potential amenities, and certainly we have a need. If you look at San Bernardino on a map, we really need to spend time evaluating what public facilities we need in that area to really be able to provide the type of services that all of you have indicated you want to be able to provide to the community. So as we walk through this process, we need to deal with the immediate issue related to this particular structure, but we see this as being a long-term opportunity for the city as we develop a specific plan for that neighborhood that really brings together all the specifics, because there are several specific plans for particular developments up in that neighborhood, but we see that there's an opportunity with this to then begin to look at all those specific plans and determine how they really all fit together and what are the opportunities there for public facilities. So certainly this is one step in dealing with this larger discussion about our parks and open space amenities in the cities, the trail connectivity within our community, bike path opportunities, and again points to the need that we have to do a true parks assessment. So with that, Trish is going to walk through what we know about the center, walk through the costs that have been expended to date, the various revenue sources and funding sources that have been provided to the city, and then explain to the council why we're making the recommendation that we're making this evening. And with that, Trish.
Honorable Mayor, council members, thank you for the opportunity to present our findings and recommendation for the Vermont Community Center. start out with a little bit of background. As you can see, the timeline here starts at 2009. However, the council has been interested in the Verdemont Park and Community Center for longer than that. I started the timeline in 2009 because that is, I found documents that went all the way back to 2007, but I started at 2009 because that started the date of the purchase of the modular building structures that are now in place. At the time, in December of 2009, Council approved a resolution to move forward with the purchase of the modular building. After that, construction started early in February of 2011. And you'll notice on the time frame, the next action that kind of happened was a stop work order, which occurred when our community development department realized that construction was going on and had not been, did not have the proper permits. So they issued a stop work order. They worked through the construction and the contractor to get the proper permits in place. But I want to point out that this window of about 3 months is kind of the critical factor for why we're making the recommendations we are today. After that time, the construction was complete at the end of 2011, and a final punch list was given by the Community Development Department, and the public was allowed to move into the building. However, at the time of the punch list, we were not able to get a certificate of occupancy for the building. And that was due to the fact that permits were not issued before or prior to the construction start. And within that first 3-month window was when most of the critical foundation and structural work was done, and it was not inspected. Therefore, our community development department was not able to issue an certificate of occupancy. At the same time, the public, in an effort to figure out how to motivate the city to get moving, a grand jury made a review. They made a visit in May of 2012. They had a few findings, both major and minor findings, but the results were that the city was directed to cease occupancy immediately. That did not occur. We continued to have this facility open to the public through September of 2016. At that point in time, we started another project. Now, through this window of 2012 to 2016, there were a few efforts to see what we could do to rehabilitate the structure. Probably the most formal one started in December of 2016. At that time, the process started for rehabilitation, and as it was being worked on, a lot more issues were found than were anticipated. And at that point in time, it was decided to stop and do an overall structural and architectural evaluation of the facility and make sure that the direction of rehabilitation was the best option. That was complete in October of 2017. And I'm here today presenting the recommendations based on those two reports. So our current status is we are currently unable to obtain a certificate of occupancy, both through the city, and HUD is a part of this because this is a modular building. There are requirements for them too. It is currently closed to the public. And most of the interior of the building has been removed as part of the last rehabilitation effort, which we stopped. There's a storage container in the parking lot, and that is where all the community equipment, community groups' equipment is stored until the final determination for this facility is done. And at this point in time, this facility is on hold until we receive a recommendation from the council and mayor. So there's two kinds of categories of findings that in the report that I look at. One are the visual, quantifiable, issues that need to be addressed, and these are pictures of those types of issues that we have. Inadequate electrical construction, interior walls that are not framed in, they're actually just strapped in and not to standard. Right now there is no interior, and as you see that the floors have been welded into place, but the plan was not designed to determine whether it was adequate for what we need. ADA compliance is not there for both the facilities, restroom facilities, kitchen facilities, those types of things. So in all, there's a lot of work to be done. Things that aren't up here is the roof is not designed correctly, and it not only has issues with leaking and blowing in the wind, but it also creates an issue where water is now running down behind the stucco. And so that is another unknown issue that would have to be resolved. But still, while it costs money, all of these things are known and we can quantify them. They will cost money, but they are fixable. Of greater concern are the things that we don't know. The foundation and pier block design and construction was not inspected at the time of construction. So the city is unable to verify whether proper rebar and construction practices were put in place. We are unable to verify the strength of the concrete and the load-bearing components of the piers. That's a major issue. And we're not able to determine that without doing destructive tests on the foundation. Additionally, there have been modular structure modifications that make it a challenge for us to make sure that HUD is comfortable with it is a habitable facility. We also were unable to inspect the underground utilities that were placed. We don't know if the proper slope and materials were used for the sewer lateral as well as other. Go ahead. Do you have no? All right. Let me finish. I'm almost done. Okay. So here's where we're at. Funding. Funding-wise, what we've spent so far. We have spent to date $958,000 and change on this facility. We currently have, and that is out of 3 funding sources, Measure I, Verdemont Capital Project, and Public Lands Improvement. We currently, in the budget, have 2 line items, which are Verdemont Capital Project, which is Fund 208, and that is for $263,000. And the sorry, I'm going to say this wrong, Guin, playground equipment for $94,000. Now, there was questions raised about other projects that had been funded in the past, and that is true. I went through all of the capital books from 2004 to today and found that there were 3 other projects at certain times that were in the budget related to the Verdemont area or park. And that totaled to be about $600,000 spread across 3 different funds. Those to date are not in the current budget book. They are not being carried through, and therefore these funds were reallocated back to the total fund base for each one of these funds. So they are not in our current budget or planned for. So the options that we present are to rehabilitate, to obtain the certifications. To rehabilitate, it would be $928,000. But there would still continue to be uncertainty on whether we could obtain the certifications of occupancy. And that is due to the lack of information on the foundation. The second option is to demolish the facility, restore the site with new playground equipment. And then complete, as Andrea mentioned, needs assessment for either a new facility at this or some other location that better serves the facility. And that's our recommendation, which we've covered, which is to direct my staff to move forward with proposal to demolish, and then direct Parks to move forward with a citywide assessment to understand what the needs of the entire community are.
Councilman Nichol?
Well, I thank you for this presentation. This is stunning. Can we go back to the funding slide, please? I have a number of questions here. This is the first time I've ever seen this. First time, tonight. I'm stunned. $659,510, parkland improvement open space. Explain to me the source of that funding.
Jim can probably tell this better, but I believe this is a development impact fund.
And I do, just while Jim's coming to the podium, she didn't, you can kind of see we tried to show the 17-18 budget allocation because we know what that was. We have that budget. Some of those other expenditures, we did try to pull invoices and things, and so we have a sense of when it was spent. But again, it may not coincide with. We just know when it actually hit the city's budget. Yeah.
What did we spend $958,544 on?
Council, let him to answer your first question.
Yeah.
Your first question, Councilman.
So in going through the purchase orders, about $375,000 of it was for the initial construction of the community center itself. But on top of that, there was also another $150,000 that was to connect the utilities. So new fire hydrant, new water line, new sewer main. Another part of that was resurfacing the street in front of the facility. And then there were additional funds put into the next rehab that we tried, that we attempted to do. Also, the study is in there. So there are a lot of different things that are in there. Also, what could be in there, we had a hard time breaking out sometimes. It wasn't just a community center that was built, right? So it was also 2 basketball courts and the little amphitheater. So those costs are, while we tried to break it out, there's likely some of those costs in there as well, with the records that we had.
And Trish, just so we have a sense, that wasn't all in 1 year. It was probably over.
That was
5
since
years?
2009.
So yeah, those costs are since 2009 in that upper portion of the.
Yes.
Okay, and then so I'm looking at the CIP that we just got, and I'm looking at the Verdemont Community Center at Algoin Park, Verdemont Infrastructure Fee Fund, so that's the $263,000 to obtain third-party engineers' inspection list of deficiencies. So what you're telling me is that the $958 does not include the third-party engineers' inspection list of deficiencies. It's the $263 on that other line, right?
So it includes whatever was invoiced to date, but we stopped that in the middle. So that was the money left to complete.
Because it says here that we will spend by 6/30/2018, $263,000, that second section of funding.
Correct.
Which is the Verdemont infrastructure fee. So we've actually spent total, from what I can see on this facility, $958,544 plus $263,000.
No.
Okay.
So what's in the budget book for this year was money that we left there because we weren't sure what the disposition was going to be. If you had told us to go back, if part of this decision tonight is to say we want to continue with the rehabilitation, we left that money there just in case.
So none of this $263,000 has been expended, not a penny?
No. So maybe this will help with this. The first part of the chart, expenditures to date, are what we could capture and be aware pull invoices and find that was expended from about 2009 until about fiscal year 17-18. In 17-18, we did budget some money because we thought we were going to be making repairs to the facility. We stopped that when we realized there was a structural issue and engaged these engineers to do a true structural
The
analysis.
description, it says anticipated work to be done is obtain a third-party engineer's inspection, which we've done in this
Yes.
agenda item, right? So that's part of this $263,000.
That's the
project.
remainder of the balance. That is the balance of the
Okay,
money
I'm
that was
totally
in there.
confused now.
Okay.
There's been a public request that we continue this item. Getting this information tonight, this warrants, the public has a right to know how this money was spent, where it was spent. If contractors did work that was deficient, they are liable as far as I am concerned. If we gave them money from public funds, they should be held liable. I haven't heard of anybody being in, who did the work? Who were the contractors that did this work? Who were the people that apparently did not pull the permits? Do we have their names? Do we know who they are?
Yes.
This
Yes.
is unacceptable,
That's right.
period. This cannot happen. And we talked tonight about communications. We talked tonight about our commissions, our Parks Commission. From what I understand, has this been brought to our Parks Commission? Do they even know, are aware of any of this
Wait a
information?
minute, I want to step back. But first of all, remember, Trish has been here for 3 months.
I understand that, but this has been going on since 2009.
I understand that, and so we're attempting to show to you, we are pulling invoices now to understand how the 958 was spent. We have a sense, because we've pulled some construction invoices, we see that there were certain things, there was parking or street improvements out in the front, so again, we're trying to piece that back. But I will tell you, if you look at the grand jury information, there was an investigation, and it's my understanding
Who were the
that,
contractors? Did the grand jury find out who did this work?
I believe a lot of that was turned over for investigation,
Okay,
yes.
have we gone after them?
We have turned things over for
Okay,
investigation.
I'm sorry, folks,
So-
I am going to have to support this recommendation that we continue this
Move.
item.
Second.
We need to do a deep dive into this before we take bulldozers to a piece of property that is a public asset. I cannot support the recommendation tonight. I would like to continue this item for 1 month, bring this back the first meeting in May, so we can get some answers regarding who's responsible for this. If the city didn't do this work, which it sounds like they didn't, somebody else did this work, didn't pull proper permits, and now the taxpayers are paying $1 million, potentially plus, to turn a facility back into dirt, and nobody's being held accountable for that?
Remember,
I can't accept that.
We are not, at this point, because there are a whole variety of issues.
Okay, I
Today,
will
we
be
were
moving-
asked
I will
to
be
present
moving
to
my
you the
motion.
study
Second.
results. The other thing I want to make sure that you're aware of is, at the time that we adopted this budget, this was the proposed scope of work. We realized that there was a structural issue, and that's why we changed the scope of work when we realized it's not just a repair job here.
Okay.
So with respect to any
All right,
criminal sanctions and
It says inspection, it
things.
says third-party inspection. which
Again, this
I
is
got
the-
an inspection report. I don't know what money was used to pay for that inspection report. I guess it was part of the 958 that you, from what I'm hearing.
We just engaged them to do this now.
How much was that?
I
How much did we
I
pay?
have it in my, I think,
Okay.
I want to say it was about 40,000.
Yeah.
Okay. What I would like to do, I think, we're talking about what the role of the commissions are. I don't think it's our job tonight to go back and do all the homework on this. I think we have a Parks Commission. I would like to move this item to the Parks Commission. I think it's their job to be overseeing our parks facilities. I think I would like to get.
It's actually my job to oversee your parks.
Okay, what's the
facilities,
job of the Parks Commission?
to make policy recommendations to the council. So if you'd like us to vet with them the policy decision of whether or not we demolish or do
Yeah,
something else.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, and I think they need to be aware of these facts.
Yeah.
Because I am stunned tonight. This is a gross waste of taxpayer money.
Mm-hmm.
It should have never happened, and somebody's going to have to be held accountable for it. And I, in good conscience, can't bulldoze a piece of property and walk away and say, well, somebody screwed up somewhere, but you know what, we'll just do better next time. That's not going to cut it, sorry. So I will make the motion, we continue this item for a month. Let's take this to the Parks Commission, get a sense of where they're at in terms of this
What
recommendation.
additional information would you like us to provide to
I
them?
think they need to
Copy-
be aware of this,
Well, no,
and I think they need to be aware of what we're doing to. As far as I'm concerned, if somebody is responsible, has been negligent, and didn't do their job, that money should come back to us, and then we should build a new facility that is consistent with code, that has the proper permits. But whoever did that work and got paid for it, that money's got to come back to us. I'm not letting them off the hook. And if we have to do a bit more work, we have to do a bit more research. Quite frankly, that's what we're paying professionals in the city to do. Protect the taxpayers, make sure that the people that live here get what they're paying for, and not end up with an empty field that we just spent $1 million plus on to build up and then tear down. I mean, that's just, it doesn't make any sense to me. If I did something like this, I would be shocked if I weren't hauled into court.
Keep something in mind, though, that once we refer something for a criminal investigation, that's really
This is about as criminal as it gets.
I understand that, but again, when you refer those to agencies, it ultimately becomes their investigation, and they really don't share that information with us. And it's not something we should be having a public discussion about.
These were DIF fees, though. These were monies that were paid to the city that we then paid somebody somehow.
I understand that, but again, once we refer something to a criminal, we
That's
can't really
fine.
discuss.
You know, this is a justice matter, and the taxpayers deserve justice.
Councilman Mulvihill.
Yes, and just going along with that, I know the number of the speakers dealing with the community center wanted to speak with staff and so forth. So I think if the Parks and Rec Commission, whatever the new name is, meets and talks with regard to the public, it's a public meeting, and so that would be your opportunity then to understand, as we understand, the situation out there. Thank you.
Councilman Charette.
Well, I wish I remembered everything about this, but this has been an ongoing issue since I was elected in 2009, and I do remember some of it, but I'm not going to try to make accusations or comments from, an 8-year memory. And I don't believe that this belongs at the Parks Commission. I think it belongs maybe with the DA or with the grand jury or wherever else it needs to be done. And I remember, if I'm not mistaken, there was actually a park staffer that left here and went to Riverside and probably should be in jail. I mean, I probably shouldn't say that publicly, and I'm not mentioning it by name because I don't remember his name. But there was a lot that went on with this project that we need to get to the bottom of. And I don't disagree with some of what you're saying, Henry, but I think the way we go about researching it, I don't think the Parks Commission is where we ought to start. I think it ought to be with staff, with as you mentioned just a minute ago, the professionals that really do this kind of stuff and can dig into this and can. I'm understanding that records are not easy to find, even complete records, that is, of this project.
We are piecing them together.
And they're being pieced together, and so I would support continuing it for staff to continue to work on it, but I don't support sending it to the Parks Commission at this time.
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. I just, I can't support demolition tonight, given the facts that have been presented.
But I would, just to go to Mayor Pro Tem's point, though, I think I think we need time to finish the investigation and understand where that funding was. I am aware that there have been referrals to various agencies, but we don't have a lot of data about that, and nor really can we. But we are trying to piece back who did the work and what our possible recourse might be. I think that needs to come back to you. And then when we start having discussions about what is the longer-term goal with respect to our Parks and Recreation program, where do you want centers? How many centers do you want? Doing the needs assessment that's going to be necessary in every neighborhood, because each community is a little different in terms of what their parks and open space needs are. That does need to go to your commission so that they can make recommendations to you.
Were you finished, Councilman Charette?
Well, yeah, so that's my motion to continue, but to turn it back to staff, not to.
Is that a substitute motion, or are you going to amend your?
Unless you, okay, all right.
So you're going to amend your motion?
Well, I'll
He
accept-
can
I'll
amend the
just
motion.
add motion. Yeah, I'll just amend the floor motion to Fred's recommendation.
Okay.
That's fine.
All right. Councilman Barrios?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make sure that, with our new communication system and marketing, we do get the message out there to Vermont and all the supporters here, especially the ones that are not here, and to receive the message of what's going on, because I know there is a lot of concern up there, and they do want this, but I don't think they understand the full spectrum of what's the issue that has been disclosed today, because I was not aware of all this going on as well. So I just want to make sure we do communicate that piece out there to them.
Right.
Thank you.
Councilman Charette?
Just one final comment, since I want to make it clear that I have no problem with our commission, our Parks Commission, and don't believe for a minute that they're not capable of doing what we ask them to do. But this is a job that is not, we should not be burdening them with a legal issue and with this type of a policy issue and digging into possible criminal activity. Who knows? So that's all. As far as the commission's concerned, I have full faith in them.
Councilman Valdivia?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to go ahead and I think we've certainly belabored the point, but it's a very important point. And so I'm supportive on the side of residents, and appreciate our neighborhood council presidents and area residents coming out in support of a continuance, and so I'll be supporting that tonight. Thank you.
Councilman Richard?
Yes,
Councilmember Richard?
Council member. Yes, I agree with Council Member Valdivia, and especially with Henry. This dollar amount is really alarming. And for transparency, I would like to see how much money we spent on all of our community centers. Because I know that if this, and I know that we always talk about we have to represent the city as a whole, but I was voted to represent the 6th Ward. And I know that this kind of money has never been spent in the 6th Ward. And it's really alarming, and we don't have nothing. And, I mean, for a piece of, I ain't gonna say junk, but something that's not usable. And this kind of money has never been spent in the 6th Ward. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. And I would like to maybe see a report as to how much money we're spending on community centers in everybody's prospective wards. Because I love you guys that live in the 5th Ward. Guys, I know a lot of you guys up there, but come on now. This has to be shared uniformly throughout the city. This is alarming.
And it kind of goes back to a response I had to Councilmember Valdivia. It's really important that you set the policy. So everything, I can certainly have individual meetings with you and take your ideas and synthesize those so we define the projects and then present them to you. But ultimately, everything we do needs to be, because you've said that is the priority, especially given the fact that we have such limited resources. So I agree with your comments, and that's why we are not going to do projects or commit to things as staff when we don't have clear policy direction about that. Now, that means that sometimes I'll have to delay a couple weeks till I can get it on an agenda so you can give me direction, but we aren't going to do those things anymore without all of you agreeing that that's the direction you want us to take. And then the other thing that I think will be helpful to all of you, and particularly to your point, we are in the process of doing an assessment of all of our playground equipment now, because it's an area of potential liability exposure, and we're presenting that because we have that data more easily available to us, but we are doing a parks assessment of every park in the city so that you can see how much has been funded toward the maintenance capital projects at each park site, what's the age of the equipment, what is the state of repair of facilities that might be on that facility, how do we hold it, so that you can then begin to have really good discussions about where do we need to spend money to make sure that we have a uniform standard for all of our properties. And again, you need to see that information so that you can begin to have those tough policy discussions.
Appreciate the dialogue, appreciate the communications that we've received from the residents who have certainly some concerns about the outcome of this particular project. I do think that it's important to recognize that this is a health, safety, and welfare issue. In addition to the amenities that we want to try to provide, we do need to make sure that the safety of the community that will be occupying any community center is first and foremost in our discussion and dialogue. Councilman Mulvihill?
I think because obviously the community in the Vermont area is so much engaged with this, to make sure that they're kept informed of what's taking place. You think in a month we'll have much?
Process now of going through all of those invoices. Again, we're looking at invoices that are dated 2007, but I think we will be able to, maybe not down to the penny, but certainly have a really good sense of the main component parts.
And I just want to make sure that the public understands that the information is going to be made available once we know what it is. So, thank you.
City Attorney?
Yes, we'd like to also have the information so we can do an assessment, because I think council's going to want an assessment as to what the legal ramifications might be of money that was misspent, or contractors that breached their agreement to perform or did not get the projects permitted, or whatever that may be, just so we can be aware of what occurred if and when that is discovered, so that we can come back with an opinion as well when this comes back to council. Because I'm sure that's what they're going to want to hear, an opinion from the city attorney's office as to where we are and what our legal options might be.
Thank you. And as I think it was pointed out by Councilman Nickel, the public certainly is entitled to full accounting of this issue. So thank you. City Manager, did you have anything else?
No.
If not, we're going to take a vote.
Well, and I'm going to keep it closed because it does not have a certificate of occupancy. Yeah.
City Clerk?
On item 19, the motion to continue it to the May 2nd meeting was made by Mr. Charette and seconded by Mr. Valdivia, and the item passes 7-0.
Well,
Thank you.
Could
We're
I-
going to take a 10-minute break.
could I ask one quick question, Mayor, on this, because it was my motion? I don't think I specifically said to a specific date. Now, my question is of you, is that adequate for you? Okay. That's always, I didn't say a specific time. I said
Appreciate reconvening. A couple of housekeeping matters that we needed to take care of, and so extended the recess a little longer than anticipated. But now is item number 20A, the report that we've all been waiting for. So, Councilman,
And my report is going to be brief because I've pretty much made it user-friendly. I've described everything I was going to say, but I printed it out for you so you could read it yourself. But the main thing that I want to point out to you is Prop 68, which is SB 5 from De Leon, is a proposed $4 billion general obligation bond, and it's broken down for you from pages 752, 753, and 754 on how that money is going to be spent. But on page 751, 15 to 20% of the bonds funds, depending type, is going to be dedicated to severely disadvantaged communities, which is defined as communities that have median households less than 60% of the statewide average. Now, I looked up American Community Survey in 2016. California's median household income is $67,700, and San Bernardino's is $38,700. Actually, apparently it fell, but it's listed $68,700, and 60% of $67,700, the state is $46,000, and so we qualify as a severely disadvantaged community. So that, and I'll take it from there for you to take a look at the other items, but I wanted to give you all the Assembly bills and Senate bills that SCAG is following, and I gave you an abbreviated legislative tracking report. I chose several that I think we might be interested in, including the Wiener's proposals. Things dealing with CEQA, there was something was raised about Obernulty's concern about, in fact, AB 1901. Obernulty's exempts indefinitely from CEQA road projects in jurisdictions less than 100,000 population, which has been discussed. Lastly, I left on before you on your desk something that's going to be coming up in tomorrow's SCAG meeting. It's the SCAG has been running a Go Human advertising campaign, and they're sending out requests for partners. And I discussed this with Andrea, and so hopefully Art is somebody in charge with following up on this. Okay, but at any rate, the point is that non-motorized trips make up 12% of the daily trips, bicyclists and pedestrians, but they comprise 32% of the traffic fatalities and 20% of the serious injuries. So the Go Human essentially is an advertising campaign for public safety and for better signage and so forth. And there's a PowerPoint that I've attached to it as well. So that I've left on before you. Okay? And that is it for my report for this month.
Thank you.
Knowing that you're so excited about this, I'm going to look forward to my next report. Thank you.
We do appreciate the value that you bring to the council. The updates have been very valuable, not only for our review, but for the action that we've taken. I think it was a result of the letter that was approved by the council to oppose a couple of the items that you brought to our attention. And so thank you for taking the time to sit on that board and be a conduit for us to get that information. So thank you very much.
He's also to be credited with a couple of grants that we received in the last 4 to 6 months or so. So, I mean, it has been helpful because he's not only bringing the information back, but he's also on the board advocating at SCAG, bringing us back money. We like paper, but we like money better. Paper money is best. Lots of it.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And the next report after that we've been waiting for also is the well report, item number 21. And this is the Water Education for Latin Leaders 2018 annual conference held March 22nd through the 23rd, attended by Councilmember Barrios.
It's Water Education for Latino Leaders, and just to clarify, if you are an elected official and have Latinos in your community, you are essentially a Latino leader. And going up there for the 2 days was really a little bit more eye-opening, although I've been with WELL for the past year, going month to month throughout the state, learning about the politics and water and the issues that we have. But the highlights as far as the conference, for one, the people in the WELL Untapped program were recognized, and we also did a tour of the Bay Delta, looking at different agriculture areas, and there's actually 2 pockets of the bay that are 30 feet below sea level, and there's only a delta really holding back the water, and we were on a side where we're level with the water, and we could look down onto the other place, and they're essentially islands that are out there. Governor Brown has signed off on a part of a project called the California Fix, and if you haven't heard about that, it's a big project that's being debated over right now to put 2 tunnels going from the north end of the Delta down to the south to create sustainable water that is passing through that feeds the rest of the Southern California region and the San Joaquin Valley. $11 billion for 1 tunnel, $16 billion for 2. The governor has signed off on 1 and looking for support to get on the 2. And a lot of people say, well, it's up there in Northern California, why should it be important to us? But a lot of people in the north say that the south are stealing our water, and which is not the case at all. There's just a lot of misunderstanding, but know that the California Fix is something that you're going to be hearing about here in the future more, because of, for one, the costs, because everybody that receives water from up north will be paying for this project. And so in the San Joaquin Valley, know that there is, everybody goes to their tap. You never think about, where the water comes from. You may think about the quality, but imagine going to your tap and there's nothing but dark brown water coming out. And it's been like this for years, and there's no solution. And it's happening here in the San Joaquin Valley to a number of different communities in the agriculture area up there. And there's a big fight for that to be rectified as well. And that concludes my report, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. And I recently read about that there's interest, there isn't interest on one of the participants to go forward with both tunnels, that only one of the tunnels, I think it's MWD, is decided that they're not going to support both tunnels.
No.
Thank you. Next, any other questions for?
I was just going to say, if you want to Google it, it's called the Water Fix. Yeah.
Thank you. Next is item number 22. This is to consider and discuss and provide direction based on the findings of City Council Chambers relocation options. City Manager, Andrea Miller.
Yes, Mr. Davis. This is an item that we've talked about periodically as we moved into these facilities. We've, as you can tell, we've attempted to make them accommodate our needs to the best of our ability, but this is one of our former conference rooms. We've adjusted the tables so that we sit in an appropriate format so we're able to conduct business. I have to laugh at an interaction we had earlier this evening where I literally had to mouth to Jolena something because we're not used to sitting this far apart, and yet, we're accommodating because this is the best alternative that we thought we had available on such short notice. But Tanya Romo has gone out and she's identified several sites. Some of you had made suggestions on potential sites that you thought might be suitable for an alternative location. And rather than having us sit here without a lot of information, Tanya went out and actually spoke to people at each of these facilities, took pictures, so you actually have pictures. But she also created a chart that begins to compare them using some standard information that's necessary as as we think about alternative sites. At the end of the day, we want to present this to you. Again, we're making this room work to the best of our ability. We have scaled back some of the potential changes to this room because of the cost, and again, we're hoping that we come up with a longer-term solution at City Hall or some City Hall that we can do in a more timely fashion than we originally anticipated. So Tanya's going to walk through this with you this evening, and really we just want your thoughts and perceptions, some direction, move, stay here, pursue other alternatives, again, really just for discussion. Tanya?
Well, good evening, Mayor and Council. The item before you tonight provides a comprehensive analysis of facilities identified as possibilities for conducting our City Council meetings. At the time City Hall was vacated, this facility was selected because it was the most practical and it was cost effective. However, there are many challenges with the current location, including ADA issues and room capacity as demonstrated tonight. Acknowledging our challenges, City staff requested a proposal for the design and engineering services. That proposal came back at $41,400. Keep in mind that's the design and engineering only. That's not the improvements to be made. It is not recommended that we proceed with this option at this time, as there are other options potentially available that should be explored further. In an effort to provide a comprehensive analysis of other facilities and minimize the impact to the public, 6 locations within 3 miles of City Hall were identified for consideration. Those are outlined in the chart that was provided in your packet. Those included San Bernardino City Unified School District, IVDA, County of San Bernardino, the National Orange Show, Santa Fe Depot, and Feldham Library. Of those facilities, only 3 of them are available during the time that we conduct our meetings. And those are the National Orange Show, Santa Fe Depot, and Feldham Library. There are issues with all 3 of them, as I outlined in the report. So that would need to be discussed further. Public Works, they currently have a request for proposals advertised. We anticipate a consultant on board by the end of April, I believe it is. The consultant will develop and design a possible permanent solution to the seismic issues at City Hall and explore alternatives related to the building. Another option the mayor and council may want to consider would be to continue at this current location and until more is known about the retrofit project. I welcome any questions you have. Yes.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mayor, through the chair.
Yes.
She acknowledged me. I raised my hand and she acknowledged me.
Well, you're out of order.
I'm sorry.
Most of the time.
Councilman Schratt.
Thank you, sir. IVDA, of course, the mayor and I and other in Virginia, we sit on those boards, and that is a ideal facility for these kinds of meetings. But you say it's not available on our meeting nights, right? Didn't
Correct.
you say that?
LAFCO currently utilizes that facility.
Okay, well, since we are part of that board, don't we have some juice there? We can kick LAFCO out? Don't make LAFCO mad? No, good idea. Well, okay, that's really was my only question, just that that's a wonderful facility for this kind of a meeting.
I would say, though,
and a follow-up question to that is, we've already changed our meeting from first and third Mondays to first and third Wednesdays. That wouldn't be an option to change a meeting to accommodate the location?
Again, we'd have to check on a new date. If we were to select a new date, we'd
Right.
check availability.
Okay.
as well.
And I guess, I just from a practical perspective, if for some reason there's consensus about a particular site, just because there's an issue with it, I still think it's worth, if you really narrow it down to one that you really would like us to pursue, maybe we can come up with something with LAFCO, I don't know. But again, so if there was consensus about that one, then I would suggest that I go back and ask.
Along my lines of IVDA being so well, I think County of San Bernardino also would be an ideal facility for our type of meeting. So those are my couple of comments. What's that?
Thank you, Councilman Schratt. I think that maybe there could be some swapping of
times?
well, maybe not necessarily of times, but maybe looking to see if maybe LAFCO could potentially use the Santa Fe Depot.
Right.
Because I think that's where they're currently
Housed anyway.
and
Yeah.
so that might make some sense to explore that with them, to see if they would be willing to hold their meeting there at the where the SBCTA meets, because that would...
And we just didn't want to do that kind of swapping unless you really kind of want us to focus on one or two. We didn't want to have that kind of a conversation with someone, but certainly would if we narrowed it down.
The IVDA building does accommodate, and it's set up very well. It's set up for the staff. It has enough seating. It has quite a bit of additional public seating also. So that would be one that might make some sense to at least explore the possibility of asking LAFCO if they had some possible interest in moving their meetings to the Santa Fe Depot. So, Councilman Mulvihill.
The only problem with the IVDA is parking. Parking's pretty limited over there.
Well,
It really isn't around the corner, not around the museum.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I always find there's difficult, there's not very many spaces there. you
That's
know.
at the front, at the main.
Okay. Andrea?
Yes, sir.
The consultant is going to be brought on board later on this month?
Yes.
For the City Hall?
For the City
How
Hall.
long is he or she going to be involved with that, do you know?
I would think it'd be at least 3 months about 3 months to say 3 to 6, because I'd rather estimate high and come in really good. So say 3 to 6 months for the full analysis, including all the various options and potential costs.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so it actually, and if there were a solution, that in itself is going to take a couple of years to.
Well, yes and potentially no. We're going to ask them, are there options that would allow us to occupy maybe portions of the building? We really don't know that until we get the full analysis back. In
Okay.
some cases, retrofits have been done with, if we were to remain in that building and do a retrofit, we are aware of retrofits of some buildings where there are staff members there. So again, we need to vet that out, and that's what we need
Okay.
the 3 to 6 months to
Okay.
really do.
I suspect, if it's just going to be 3 to 6 months, stay here, and rather than, it seems like we're migrants ourselves,
Nomads.
moving from one place to another. And
Gypsies.
yeah, gypsies. That's what I was thinking about. At any rate, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. And Tanya, thank you for your presentation. Believe it or not, I drove around over the weekend because I was on a mission to look for a location. I would prefer IVDA. It is perfect. I sit on the board, and it's new. It's gorgeous. Yeah, cushy seats. Yeah, you're right. And closed session is even better. But anyway, I'd like to consider the Sturgis Center for the Fine Arts, California Theater, and San Bernardino Valley College Auditorium. So those are the three. I don't know how doable they are, but it's just something to think as options. Please?
Search.
Yes.
If there's consensus to do that.
Add those to your list. Thank you.
The council want to explore some of those other options? Councilman Schreier.
I think, with all due respect, I would object to that. I don't see theaters working. I mean, there's a lot of seating and what have you, but we'd have to do something. We'd have to bring in a dais and bring in desks and bring in whatever. And I assume you're thinking up on the stage? I wouldn't probably support that.
Okay, that's fine. That's
My
why we're
thoughts.
discussing options.
Yeah, my
We don't have to
thoughts.
go with that.
One of the because ultimately that is a city-owned and operated
They're
facility.
assets.
They are, and we did think about that one. The reason why we didn't immediately select that one is these are the ones that you had talked about most frequently. But there's also parking challenges with respect to the California Theater.
And they're old facilities.
Right. So
Okay.
that was part of the reason why we didn't include those. But we certainly, again, if it's the consensus of the council that you'd like us to do research on one or more of those, we certainly can do that and come back.
It's just a thought.
All right.
You won't hurt my feelings.
Good thought.
Any other, so Councilman Barrios?
Yes, why don't you guys consider the Community College School District boardroom? They've actually, one of them asked me, why didn't you guys look at or use our facility? And I'm like, oh, well, we didn't think about it. But that's just another option.
Right. We can explore that. We tried to stick with the ones that we thought were probably also not going to charge us. So these were, we did try to stick with the, so we can explore with them, would they have a no-cost option for us? Yeah, we will do that.
I'm sure they'll be willing to negotiate.
I know. You may have to give away me for the.
No, that's not negotiable.
It's not. That's
That's all.
idea.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other suggestions? So it sounds like there is an interest in exploring maybe a couple of other avenues. That location that the council member Barrios just recommended would have some possibilities.
Yeah.
It would accommodate, and it's across from the airport. It's off of.
Well, that's what I mean, it's across from IVDA.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mondale Road.
Yeah. And so it has some potential, so.
So we will go ahead and add then all those, including the ones that Councilmember Marquez added, unless there's issues, but we'll explore those 4 sites, add them to the chart, and then bring this back, just if nothing else, for further, just give everyone an option or opportunity to speak on it if there's any desire.
And Councilman Charrette's going to request LAFCO to move to.
I'll call him tomorrow.
It's probably.
She's retired.
She is still there.
I'll call her after she retires.
It would actually be the board. You would probably want to talk about it. All right.
Actually, I prefer that I make the call.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So we will return with something, and we'll plan on continuing our meetings here until the council takes other action.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
No further discussion. We will move to item 23. City manager has an update on this.
Yes, Mayor, members of the council, this afternoon we received an email request from the gentleman at High Times requesting that this item be removed from the agenda.
Thank you. Next is item number 24, and this is we need a motion to continue the public hearing.
Continue.
We have a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. Any other questions, objections? City Clerk?
No, I told Chantal. Continued.
On item 24, the motion was made by Mr. Charette, the second by Mr. Nichol, and the item passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Okay.
Next is item number 25. This is also a request to continue the public hearing.
Mr. Mayor,
Motion and, yes.
I'm the appellant in this case, so I'm going to remove myself from
All
the
right,
dais.
thank you.
So moved.
Second.
Yeah, hurry.
On item
You might let
20,
another door, Nichol.
is he?
He wanted the call.
On item 25, the motion was made by Mr. Valdivia, the second by Mr. Charette, and it passes 6-0 with Mr. Mulvihill recusing himself.
Thank you. Thank you. Next is item number 26. This item is listed as a quasi-judicial hearing. However, that's an incorrect title, so this will be a public hearing conducted as a normal public hearing. I would like to make reference, though, that for quasi-judicial hearings, we have a new resolution that has established the new procedures. It's Resolution 201888, wherein we will, in the future, for quasi-judicial hearings, be following the format that is laid out in that resolution. So with that, this public hearing is now open, and we'll turn the time over to Chantal. Before we do that, though, I'd like to ask all of those who want to speak on this issue to stand and be sworn in. This is item number 26. It's a public hearing. Thank you. Thank you. Chantal?
Yes. Item number 6 is proposed for the reclassification of Shannon Hills Drive at the conjunction of Kendall and 40th Street. Also in connection with that is a 3-phase development project proposed for a 7-Eleven service station with 6 pump islands, a Type 20 ABC license, 1 Starbucks drive-through restaurant, and 1 sit-down family-style restaurant. Highlighted in red, you can see this is the section of Shannon Hills Drive, which is proposed for reclassification. This really is just a reclassification on paper. There's no widening that will happen from this. The street was already constructed to meet the standards for secondary arterial, but it's currently classified as a local street, and that would prohibit the development project from moving forward. Let's see. It's already constructed at basically 4 lanes with a large turning lane in the center, where a local street would normally just be 2 lanes. To give a little better detail of the site, this is right across the street from the existing Stater Brothers Center at the junction of Kendall, Shannon Hills, and 40th Street. As stated, this is going to be a 3-phase project. The first phase will be a 7-Eleven service station with 6 fuel islands. The Type 20 license is being transferred from an existing 7-Eleven just down the street on the corner of Little Mountain and Kendall Drive. This location will give 7-Eleven an opportunity to be a little bit more competitive because now they can add the fueling islands. The phase 2 will be the Starbucks drive-through restaurant, and it's been designed specifically to meet some of the TOD standards and connect a little bit more to the surrounding neighborhood in a pedestrian oriented way. Phase 3 is a large family-style sit-down restaurant. No user has been identified yet, but I believe the developer is talking with a few different individuals. You can see the site plan. Phase 1 is on the slide here is the lower right-hand corner. Phase 2 is the upper right-hand corner, and then phase 3 is the rear on the left side of the slide. This is the basic floor plans, nothing particularly out of the ordinary for the floor plans for these different phases. The architecture has been styled to be sleek and modern, but will also fit with the architectural style within the existing neighborhood. But what's really extraordinary about this project is the amount of time that was put into designing the landscaping to make it more pedestrian friendly, oriented more to create pedestrian traffic and fit with the standards of the transit overlay. So you can see at the Starbucks, there's a setback area that has been established. There's a little bit of seating out there, not only with the Starbucks, but within that landscaped area. The landscaping has kind of just been beefed up on all of the major access points, and there's pedestrian access from all points of the project so that pedestrians don't have to walk through the driveways to get to the sites. In addition to the pedestrian features that were folded into the project, a number of residents came to the Planning Commission hearing and raised some concerns about the rear of the site, which could potentially become like a dead space after hours. If you can see, the far left-hand side of the slide shows there's a significant area there that is buffering the restaurant from adjacent residences, and at night after hours that could have the potential for nuisance activities. So Some of the features that have been added in conjunction with that is right along the backside of the wall, a tall, fast-growing, thorny pyracantha will be grown against the wall, and then a lower shrub pyracantha type, also thick and thorny material will be grown in that the rest of that landscaped area. In addition, the trash enclosure, which was originally proposed at the back corner of the site, has been moved away from the corner, so it won't be so close to the residents. And that way, that'll allow the refuse trucks to come through and not be so close to the residents. And also will detract from some of the nuisance activities that might go along with that, because it'll be in a more well-lit area. Also, we've added gates, so the rear of the site will be gated after hours, so that'll also deter people from loitering in that area. And the parking stalls were originally proposed on the back side, but have been moved closer to the building, again, more for traffic and keeping some of that traffic noise away from the residents. With that, I'd like to conclude, and the Planning Commission adopted resolution number 2018-020, forwarding a recommendation to the Mayor and City Council to introduce the first reading of an ordinance approving General Plan Amendment 18-01, adopt a resolution adopting the categorical exemption and approving subdivision 18-01, conditional use permit 18-01, and public convenience or necessity letter 18-01, and schedule for the second reading the ordinance for April 18th.
Thank you. On packet page 827, the alcohol license transfer from the existing 7-Eleven to the new proposed one, what would be the potential impact on that existing
It's within the
7-Eleven?
same census tract. I believe the existing 7-Eleven will be closed and will be available for some other retail purpose. The license is being transferred. It's within the same census tract, so there's no gain of licenses within the census tract.
So that 7-Eleven is going to...
It's basically moving from that location to this
Okay.
new location.
Thank you. Councilman Nichol?
Yeah, and just a little bit about that. That 7-Eleven has been, it's right next to a middle school, Shannon Hills Middle Schools, and it's been a bit of a nuisance. And I get a lot of calls all the time about activity at that particular 7-Eleven. So I think that's actually part of the benefit of this project, is getting that license moved over, and that site hopefully moving to a better use that's more suitable for that area. I just want to say I want to thank the developer who's been involved in this. We actually had the developer approached me over the summer and said, we'd like to talk about some ideas, who should we talk to? And I said, you got to talk to the residents there. Those are the people that you're going to need to talk to. I mean, I work for them. They're the boss. So
right.
Whatever I think doesn't really matter. It's what they think. And this is really the synthesis of that process. And so I want to just say thank you. I think this is yet another example of how the development community is stepping up, working with our community. Our community is working with the development community, and we're finally getting something that I think really addresses the needs, the concerns, the wants, and I think this is really a great project. So I'm happy to support this tonight, and I'll move for approval.
We have some public comments. Councilman Schritt.
I just have one question, and that is of the rendering, it's not numbered on a page, but the rendering that shows the Starbucks from the front and all the landscape. It's going to look exactly like that, right?
It's going to be pretty close.
That looks beautiful, is my point. And we need more like that throughout the community. So let's work in a direction of making it look just like that.
Thank you.
I think I see the developer coming to the microphone.
Before you speak, I'd like to have the other speakers come forward. Daniel Aguilar.
Turn on the microphone.
There? Okay, Daniel Aguilar, 1112 Amberwood Court. Hearing Mr. Nichols, I'm stunned. I am stunned that you knew about this project in the summer, and you said that you wanted him to reach out to community. The community that lives directly behind this development, we found out about this development last month, and nobody, no flyers, nobody told us about this. Maybe you, I see you shaking your head, but maybe you talked to your clusters at the Farmer Boys, you talked to your clusters at DJs, wherever you talked to them, but nobody came to our doors and knocked and says, you know what, right behind your backyard, yes, behind our backyard, this is going to happen. During election times, you know, you come and knock on our doors asking for our support, and we give it to you. Mr. Davis, you come knock on our door, and we give you our support. And to find out that this is going on, and nobody talked to us about it, we came to the Planning Commission, and we were opposed to this development because we didn't want nuisance moved from one area to our area. And this nuisance is in our backyard where we live. But talking to the developer and having great dialogue with them, he just recently changed his plans to meet, you know, our satisfaction and to make sure that our families were safe, that we felt comfortable with his changes. And I'd like to say thank you to the ICO Real Estate people for moving and acting on that on our behalf. We thank you for listening to us, because apparently our elected officials don't, in my opinion. I could be wrong. Okay, but with that being said, also, like I said, we are in support of this development. We like to see it move forward, and we also like to see, after it's done, the third phase, to have some kind of a traffic study been completed there for the senior complex. Because right now, a lot of the seniors, when they go to Stater Brothers in their little carts, they cut through that little alley because they don't want to cut through the traffic zone where the lights turn real off and on fast, and they can't even make it halfway. And then with the 7-Eleven and the Starbucks and, you know, the double shots, everybody in a hurry, our only concern is for our seniors who live in that complex. And with that being said, as a quote to Ms. Marquez, that you like to call people out, this is on a different subject, but since you raised it, we are still having a lot of problems at 618 Western Avenue. This has been a big nuisance for many, many years at this vacant property next to my mom's. You talked about the water. You know, it's where you turn the spigot. It's easy to turn the spigot on to get your water. Well, my mom, 80 years old, she has to have a lock on all her spigots because the residents, the transients who stay there, they jump the fence and they use her water hoses. We brought this to Ms. Marquez's attention many, many times, and we're still facing that same problem. The house is vacant, and the grass is greener on that vacant house than my mom's house. It's the police department can't do nothing about it. The code enforcement can't do nothing about it. The fire department can't do nothing about it. It's a shame. But once again, I just like to say we're here to support the project moving forward, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'll get on it, Mr. Aguilar.
Next is Donald Plensy. City Clerk, if you'll watch the time.
3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members. I was at the last couple. My name is Donald Pengsy. I've lived in San Bernardino since 1989 when my parents moved over here. I've gone through all the public schools within the city, as well as got my teacher credentialing done at Cal State San Bernardino. We came to the Planning Commission meeting last week, or last month, in regards to the issues that we may face as a community. Amberwood Court is one of the very, very few streets in San Bernardino which I feel safe having my kids play outside. I mean, granted, I will be supervising them, but we have a whole neighborhood of kids that enjoy riding their bikes around the cul-de-sac. A whole neighborhood of kids that can play all night until the sun sets and they come in, do showers, read their Bible, and then go to bed. With this development coming in, we were very nervous, we were very scared, and we were also very well uninformed of the fact that this was all coming up into fruition so quickly without the immediate communication between the builders and ourselves. Now, we found that out last month. The builder has since reached out to us, communicated heavily with us, offered many compromises in order to make sure that our neighborhood is still safe. You don't get that a lot from some people. Some guys that are builders, they have such a high bankroll that they can care less about the little guy. This builder has come in, has talked to us, communicated with us, and has made many concessions in the plan to put us at ease. I mean, I'm still nervous because there's homeless guys that inhabit Stater Brothers and probably have lived there longer than many of the residents in our neighborhood. But that's another story for another day. But as far as my previous opposition in the Planning Commission meeting, I am very happy to know that a builder that is wanting to be vested in the community is working on this project. So I support this project now.
Thank you. Reginald Metu.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Like my previous neighbors that have spoken, my name is Reginald Metu. I have lived in this county close to 30 years. I came here in '87 to go to Cal Poly Pomona, got my credential and continued. I'm a college teacher, professor. When we heard about this project in last month, we all rushed and we were nervous because my house, 1108 Amberwood, is adjacent to the wall for this new project. And often at time we see transients that scale the fence from the open, it's an open place, into our yards, and and we talk them out. But when this was coming, it was a slew of high-risk alcohol, high-risk developments. But they are good to the community. We have a gas station, we have alcohol and all that. And I was wondering the kind of problem we had in a hookah store opposite the development. That one ended by somebody shooting 3 people, and the owner finally last year, I think, shut it down. It was a short hearing, getting out of there every time. But after that meeting with the Planning Commission, the developer reached out and was very, very approachable. And, we told him our concerns, and he has adequately, from the way I see it, addressed them. And having done that, and also we are sure he's a guy that will not develop and run away. If we have an issue, he's a guy we can approach. So I have, with that said, I'm withdrawing my objection to it in the Planning Commission to support the project today. Thank you.
Thank you. Were there any other public speakers?
Did you give it to her?
Did
you have Brandon Carter as a public?
Brandon, you gave us a
not
speaker slip for not a public hearing.
Okay, it's different.
Okay, so so you'll get a chance.
I gotta go. Can I speak now? It's not about anything. It's just a comment.
No, I'm sorry, because this is a public hearing.
Okay.
Thank you. Is the developer here?
Thank you. I'd first like to comment that the reason why it looks so beautiful is because of Chantal. I have to give credit where credit is due. She worked very hard to make this a nice project. I also wanted to just mention that I have since...
Could you state your name, please?
I apologize. Gian Torkin from ICO Real Estate Group.
Thank you.
I have come to an agreement with the adjacent property owners. I hadn't had time to communicate with Chantal about this. where we've agreed to add to the conditions of approval to provide the back wall, above the back wall, a 2-foot wrought iron fence to be constructed on top of the wall to prevent people from jumping over the wall. So if it could be added to the conditions of approval, I would appreciate that. That's it.
Thank you. Any questions? Councilman Mulvihill?
The first speaker mentioned the fact that the lights aren't long enough for. There's a large senior complex right next to I guess it would be to the west of this, and I think we can adjust. That could be another condition on this, or we just have traffic. They can lengthen the.
Yeah, we will need to do it. We can't just lengthen the traffic, but we will do a traffic analysis and have an engineer come back and make a recommendation to us and lengthen them if it's appropriate. But we have to meet certain standards, so I'll have them do the analysis on the signal timing.
But we can't take care of the timing problem, but there's a problem.
Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. It's been a while.
Yes.
I'm curious regarding potential employment for the 7-Eleven, the drive-through in the restaurant. I am hoping that you will consider hiring from that community.
Well, I could say that the project on 5th and Waterman, I was driving by today and they had a sign up hiring. So I'm assuming that they're hiring from the community.
I'm glad. I know that the other 7-Eleven located in Councilwoman Richard's area on Medical Center and Baseline, people actually live like 2 houses down. So I really am very grateful for that because it is employment for somebody.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, no other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Take a vote. We'll close the hearing.
Who made the motion? I will. I made the motion. Oh, Henry did. I'll second it.
Motion was made by Mr. Nichol and seconded by Mr. Valdivia and passes 7-0.
Thank you.
May I amend the
This
motion?
public hearing is now closed.
Yeah. I just want to add the additional wrought iron fencing that was agreed to. So if there's
I'll amend my motion to reflect the additional requirements.
Sorry, I was.
We need to take a revote?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, public hearing is now closed. Next is item number 27. This is also a public hearing. This public hearing is now open. The subject is to adopt resolutions for the commercial cannabis business types, commercial cannabis review criteria, commercial cannabis application fee, and the personal cultivation registration fee, and authorization to access state and federal criminal records. All of those who have submitted a speaker slip to speak on this issue, please stand and be sworn in.
Everybody? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter before this board? If so, please say I do. Have a seat.
Thank you. Mr. Persico?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. As the Mayor has indicated, there are actually 5 separate resolutions that the Council is considering this evening, and I will go through each one of them. First, a little bit of background. On May 7th of 2018, the City Council adopted 3 ordinances which implemented 3 new provisions of the municipal code. The first was to enable commercial cannabis activity. The second ordinance was to regulate smoking of cannabis in public places, and the third ordinance was to allow for the personal cultivation in private residence. Again, the 5 resolutions that the council has this evening are really the first step in implementing these ordinances. Again, I'll go through them in order. The first one is to establish the maximum number of license types by different category. The first is cultivation, second is distribution, third is manufacturing, micro-business, retail, and then testing. There are a maximum of 5 allowed of each type, with no more than 17 total. I know if you do the math, that comes to 30. But what this does is this really allows the City Council maximum flexibility to review the various applications and license types as they come through. It may be that there are no testing facilities within the City of San Bernardino, so instead of allocating one of those licenses to that, we felt again that this would provide maximum flexibility. This would implement Section 5.10.080 of the newly adopted ordinance. The second resolution before the council this evening is to outline application and review procedures. This implements Section 5.10.090A of the new ordinance. There are 2 different times where applications are ranked and evaluated. There is a 4-step process that I'll get into shortly. The first ranking is done during the phase 2 of the review, and those points are based upon how the application compares to industry standards, kind of best practices. And the second rating, which happens during the phase 3 of evaluation, that determines does the particular application fit within the community and the specific area that the business is proposing to operate in. There are 10 different review criteria. I'll briefly go through those, but the application contains the number of points and how those are assigned. The first is the qualification of the owner, location, neighborhood compatibility, environmental impact, local enterprise. I won't read through all of them, but number 10 is community benefit. There was quite a lot of discussion about community benefit throughout this process, and there are points that are assigned to businesses that really do provide a broader benefit to the community. That was very clear through this entire review process that community benefit was something that was very important. Again, the applications are evaluated in both phase 2 and 3, and those points are totaled, and that determines the overall rating or ranking of the application. The third resolution is the establishment of review and appeal fees. Again, there's a 4-step process, and there is a fee that's assigned to each phase. And the reason for that is if the application doesn't advance to a subsequent phase, they shouldn't pay for a service that they're not actually receiving. So the first phase is determination of the eligibility of the owner and completeness of the application. The second phase is, again, the first rating. Phase 3 is the second time evaluations are ranked and rated. And phase 4 is the final recommendation to the City Council and then the City Council hearing. The fees that the resolution establishes, there is a zoning verification letter, which is really the threshold question, and that is, does the particular address that the business wants to locate in meet the sensitive use buffers that were established in the ordinance? If they don't meet those sensitive use buffers, then the application doesn't even start down the process. So there is a fee for that review. There's also a live scan fee and a background review fee. I think those are pretty self-explanatory. The 4 different steps, there again is a fee that is established for each step in the process, and the applicant would have to pay, if they advance to phase 2, for instance, they would pay that fee and then move to that next level. There is also an appeal fee, so anybody at any point along the way can appeal a determination that is made, and that fee is $3,217. Under state law, fees become effective 60 days after the resolution is adopted by the council, so these fees, I should say, if adopted tonight, would become effective on June 4th. The 4th resolution for council consideration is establishment of fees for the registration of personal cultivation in a private residence pursuant to Section 8.99040, and that fee is established at $72 per year. And the fifth resolution for the council consideration is to allow the city manager or designee to have access to state and federal criminal records that would be used during the review of commercial cannabis applications. The next steps, there are 4 more resolutions that the council will be asked to consider. Those will be coming to the council within the next 60 days. They're not necessary to start the initial process, but they are going to be necessary within the next couple of months. That concludes my staff report. If the City Council does adopt these resolutions, staff would begin receiving applications on April 23rd of 2018. There is a 30-day period. All applications must be filed by May 23rd by 4 p.m. And then that first round of applications would then start going through that 4-step review process. Staff is recommending the City Council adopt the 5 resolutions as outlined herein, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. We have no questions at this time. We will, Councilman Valdivia.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The buffer zone of 600 feet, is that consistent with the state law?
Yes, it is. It's the ordinance that the City Council adopted had a number of different standards. They're all consistent with state law. Some of them go beyond what state law sets as the minimum.
What are those that contrast to the state law of 600?
Well, under the review criteria, what the council added was distance to libraries and religious institutions. So those aren't threshold questions, but those are part of the review criteria that would be used when the council is ultimately considering whether or not to approve a particular application.
So those are the only 2 specific exceptions to the state
where we exceed
buffer.
State law, correct.
Okay. And that's religious and schools? No, libraries.
Libraries, correct.
And what does it go up to, 1,000 feet then?
No, 600 feet.
Oh, it's all 600?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Very good. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
This time, we'll turn the time over to public speaking. Sharon Humphreys.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and citizens. My name is Sharon Humphreys. I'm the president of Meridian Vitality. We are a nonprofit private medical cannabis collective. Been serving primarily the seniors and disabled of the San Bernardino County since 2015. I personally have been a resident of Fontana over 30 years, received my degree from Cal State San Bernardino, and I was an in-home support services social worker for the county of San Bernardino for 10 years. Had a lot of dealing with the disabled and the senior population in our community. I started Meridian Vitality in 2015 after my father had passed away because I saw a very real need for safe, reliable, and comfortable access to medical cannabis for women, the disabled, and the seniors who are vulnerable members of our community. We would appreciate the opportunity to participate in an application process that could potentially lead to a licensure where a small, local, woman-owned business could continue to thrive and can continue to serve our vulnerable members of the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Carmel Rowe.
Carmel Rowe, 41-year resident, City of San Bernardino. So I was just sitting there and somebody asked me a question to ask, where's the maps with the new zoning? I don't see any new maps up here with the new zoning. The second thing that I wanted to clarify is that state law only says that you need to be 600 feet away from a school. It says nothing about anywhere else. So in our ordinance, we have to be 600 feet away from non-conforming uses, which are properties that are commercial, but they're still used as houses, which this whole thing is just very limiting. I mean, you've taken away the right of Highland Avenue and Mount Vernon and Waterman to actually put marijuana facilities in them. I mean, you've pretty much zoned this so much that, I mean, Measure O gave out more licenses than you guys will give out. Okay? I mean, seriously, I was reading this on your image consultant, and you guys had to call me when my computer just bounced out, but it was saying that you guys wanted to be attractive to businesses and new industry and commercial and growth, and that you wanted to actually be nice to the residents and to businesses and visitors. I've watched you guys be rude to visitors for many a months that have come here to speak about marijuana. Are you guys going to change your image and what you say up here? Because no amount of money is going to make you guys look good if you don't change the words and the actions that come out of your mouths and out of your hearts. Okay? You guys are not doing a service to the people. You guys are hurting the people. You have put all local people out of business illegally. Okay? You've given people a record and then said, oh, hey, you can't even apply. And then, oh, hey, if you want to appeal, it's $3,000. Seriously? Your whole ordinance is rotten. You do not have the right by law to do it. Your ordinance, Measure P, failed. In order for you to pass an ordinance, you must take it back to the people. You guys have cut the people out time and time and time again. This room has been filled with people for months trying to help you guys get it together. The Cannabis Commission that you guys put these people on. They came back, you accepted their recommendations, and then chose to file them. You guys are always choosing to file something. When are you going to take action? Now, I like most of you, okay, but you guys do not take action. You guys, what are you doing? You guys are making a mess. We have 20-some, 30-some boarded up buildings. People aren't collecting their rent money. You know how many jobs you guys cost in this city? You guys are wasting time. You're wasting taxpayer money. And we have a high user utility tax. The $400,000 that you guys had extra in the user utility tax was from cannabis growth in this city. Wake up. Wake up. A new industry has tried to come, and you have ignored it. Thank you.
Mayor, City Council members, Ty wasn't able to make it because, again, in the evenings he's having a hard time with his multiple sclerosis. So, I've spoken before, and I'm sure you're aware of who we are with Farm Fresh, MMD, local. We're all locals. We all live here somewhere in San Bernardino County or right near San Bernardino, and we all work somewhere near San Bernardino or in it. I'm personally a lifelong resident of San Bernardino County, born and raised, and a homeowner as well. I'm also a gay Latino American with a disability. And I would hope that you consider that there's a lot of us out there that find it that the medicinal cannabis is working for us. And at this point, we have to consider recreational as well. And I'm glad you're doing that. Main thing that I wanted to speak about on behalf of Tig and the rest of us with Farm Fresh MMD and 10 Acre Farms, our mother company, is that you consider taking into consideration the fees and the amounts that you're charging compared to what it was previous and what other cities are doing. To stay competitive, to keep the businesses here, especially for us smaller local business owners, that might be a little extreme for us. So I would hope you think about that. And we do appreciate the sentiment you've had about keeping it flexible and the entire regulations sort of a fluid thing. So if you do need to change it, we would hope you would consider that. As well as the amount of licenses that are going out. Looking at this and having been in the industry back in the industry now after a handful of years, but having been in it many, many years and worked in the city of San Diego and with the city council, I hope that you do consider that there may not be enough organic, clean, outdoor grows that people need that get some of those components that, the indoor grows aren't getting. And I've spoken about this before. There are people who need certain medicines, and I know I talk a lot about medicine, and it is going to be recreational. But after having just attended and been a vendor and exhibitor at Kushstock, we were one of 2 organic farms out of over 100, I believe, vendors that were there. So I hope you look at a lot of the different aspects of what's going on and consider those that are the good actors, that are doing the right things. Not everyone can grow organically. Not everyone can do this and do it outdoors or have the skill to do it. But consider the levels that people are trying to get to in every aspect, not just what we're doing, but what the other small business owners are doing. So that's all I really wanted to say. Please consider the fees. Please consider the amount of licenses so that we're allowing the small businesses to thrive and not just the big ones that are going to try and come in and take over. So thank you so much for your time. Thank
you. Honorable Mayor, council members, and city staff, my name is Majid. I am a registered pharmacist for the past 22 years and a chemist as well. I own a compounding lab in Redlands, and I'm seeking a micro-business license here in the city of San Bernardino, hopefully a world-class cannabis micro-business. I read through the resolution, and I wanted to see if there was congruency and parity and consistency in terms of renewal fees with the state application. So I printed the state application, and I just about 12 copies here to share with you. If you look at page 2, Mr. Persico said that it's not probably necessary to have the yearly renewal fees built into this group of resolutions that you're considering tonight. But the state does that, which is evident on page 2. And also, if the licensing procedure requires pro formas, financial statements, and a business plan, I think any business would consider having the renewal fees built into the pro forma or the financials or the business plan that the city is asking for. So I'm asking the council to continue the resolution until the yearly renewal fees are disclosed and built into the resolution. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Ben Eilenberg. I'm one of the lawyers involved in all the various litigation that's going on. I'm not here to talk much about that litigation, except to the extent that it's going to affect some of the timing that we're dealing with regarding these fees and the applications and the timetable set forth. But ultimately, my conclusion is what we are trying to do here today in implementing the new statutes is premature. And the reason why is a few things. Number one, right now there are now 3 appeals on file, one of which has what's called a writ of supersedious with the Court of Appeal that will be ruled on within a month according to the Court of Appeal, that may end up staying the verdict in the Measure O litigation and putting Measure O right back in place. The second thing is that there is a hearing on April 27th in front of Judge Cohn. Judge Cohn already granted a partial stay of his judgment, and that hearing is to see whether he wants to expand that stay. And once again, if the stay of the judgment gets expanded, Measure O is the law rather than what has been passed by the council. Number 3 is there's a preliminary injunction hearing that got set this morning, set for May 9th, which is also to determine whether to stay the new laws passed by the city council for violations of due process. Ultimately, to try to move forward while all of that is pending and to be resolved within approximately 1 month seems to be nothing more than trying to get in application fees prior to those rulings that may all end up being mooted, and then the city will have to decide whether to refund those fees and eat the cost of having accepted these applications and started the process, or what else to do. I will say that I think there's about to be a fourth lawsuit coming in, and this is regarding the personal cultivation, because the city of Fontana passed a similar regulation regarding personal cultivation, where they required registration with the police department and fees, and got sued by the ACLU as well as the Partnership Drug Alliance. And guess what? They know what San Bernardino did. They found out this week. So I have a feeling we're looking at lawsuit number 4 coming regarding those registrations. Finally, let me just put out something to show why this is all premature from your perspective. As was just stated, the fees that you'll be voting on tonight become effective in 60 days, and that's under Government Code 66017. But you're saying that you're going to start accepting the applications and beginning phase 1 in April. So ultimately, what you're talking about here is accepting applications for which you are unauthorized to accept the phase 1 fees for. So ultimately, I would like you to consider even from your own. Thank you. I'd like you to consider it from your own. Thank you.
Thank you.
Second.
So a motion and a second.
Yes.
Move for approval to accept this adopted resolutions and close the hearing.
On item 27, Mayor, the motion was made by Mr. Valdivia, the second by Mr. Mulvihill, and the item passes 7-0.
Thank you. We will now move to public comments for items not on the agenda. And for the interest of the public, this is now going to be moved to the beginning of the council meeting, where items on the agenda and not on the agenda will be consolidated at the beginning of our meetings. Carmel Rowe?
Hello, my name is Brandon Carter. I'm the president and CEO of Lifelong Productions, a visual and audio production company. I created the company myself, and I actually did a report on San Bernardino. I just published it 2 days ago. I went to downtown where City Hall is. I went to Succumbe Park, Lake Park, and I went to Rudy C. Hernandez Community Center. And I did an actual report. I got a report from some of the citizens in that area, one of the youth at City Hall, so I'd love for you to check it out. It'll be of value to you. You just look it up on YouTube as Lifelong Presents The Status, San Bernardino. So Lifelong Presents The Status of San Bernardino. Anyone can check it out. It's really good. The Status, San Bernardino. And since last summer of 2017, I've been looking at the area of San Bernardino and what key points need to be improved upon. So I've been connecting with the Economic and Housing Development Department, and I made an 8-point plan on how to build the city street by street, focusing on one street and attacking all, damage and focusing on street by street. And I'm willing to do the hands-on work and sweat and create a city that I like to live in, because it's obvious if somebody's telling the truth and you're not accepting it or even paying attention to it, you're obviously looking to destroy the city, in other words. And what it feels like is somebody that's a youth spending my time to come meet with you to help you. You're not coming to us to help us, which is, you know what I mean? So I have no malice. Whatever is meant to happen with the city is going to happen. I've been trying to help, but it just seems you are in power, and I would love to see you in the streets, like waking up. If I was a mayor, I would wake up and just hit the street. I'd go to the block, and you would see me there talking to the kids, cleaning, and doing what needs to be done in the city, because it's not money we need time and your effort. So that's all we need is each other, and we'll fix this city.
How do we get a hold of you?
Thank you. Carmel Rowe?
So I'm back again. So I see two council members aren't using the code of conduct. I wish they were. I wish that they were held to the same standards as we the people are held to. But I just wanted to say shame on you. Shame on you, shame on you, shame on you. We the people have been coming here. We've been asking you. Quite honestly, tomorrow I'm going to make a public records request to find out exactly how much money has been expended on marijuana in this city. I know Henry asked. I don't think he ever got it because I'm pretty sure I made that same public records request and I'm still waiting for it. A lot of money's been expended. A lot more money's going to be expended. I'm going to tell you that we're missing out on tax dollars. And we all know that we gave away all of our property tax dollars when we annexed the fire department. And if you say we still have some left, we might have it over at the airport, but only because we have a bond. Once that bond is paid off, we lose that property tax dollars. So I'd like to know, how do we really expect to fund our city? How do we really expect to pay for the services? Are we going to continue to tax the people? And are we going to continue to raise fees and not give good service? I mean, it doesn't really sound to me like anybody has any action plan. And you guys talk a lot about community involvement. Well, you know what? You had a 995-page agenda today with 23 items, I think, that weren't on public other things. And we only get 3 minutes? How does the community get involved when we only have 3 minutes for 22 items? I mean, and on a public hearing, maybe someone should be able to speak for 6 minutes. We had a licensed attorney in here giving you guys legal advice. You know, and that guy probably gets paid $400 to $600 an hour. And he sat here this whole time to be helpful to you and helpful to our community. We do not show respect in this city. We do not show action. And quite honestly, we're tired of it. That kid, I never met him before tonight. But you know what? That's exactly what we need. We need people out there in the streets. We need you talking to the... What kind of place do you really think we live in? Have you been there? You know what my mom told me? My mom told me when she gets off the street in this city, she cries. She cries every time. She hates it. She said, all she sees is trash. Her and my dad drove around, and they said every corner they hit, they saw trash, and they were disgusted. Yet you guys code enforce people to death. Code enforce you. Shame on you. Shame on the city. My kids at school, they used it for a dumping ground across the way. Trash. Tires. You know how many times I've turned it into go request? Seriously? I don't see too much of anything going on. And yeah, it's election, so we all sound like we're pretending. It's not the truth you're telling the people. Let's tell them the truth. Let's not sugarcoat it. Let's take the blinders off. Seriously, we all like the truth. We'd rather say, hey, you know what? We screwed up. Like Henry, hey, where'd that money go? We like the truth. We don't like lies and we don't like sugarcoating. Thanks.
Luis Ojeda.
Hello, good evening. I'm glad that I came today because before I was very disappointed with you guys. Today, it went over the top. I mean, I was very amazed that you guys passed $240,000 for marketing. What are you guys going to market? What? I mean, you would have a service or a product. Here in San Bernardino, what I see, like the lady says, trash. When you walk the city, you can see more when you drive around. What did I came to San Bernardino a year ago? Because it's the last place in the Southern California region where the land is cheap. The only place. That's why I came over here. I'm looking to buy a building in downtown area. And I walk around. And you know what I saw? Homeless, smell the, pee and feces. Behind the core, homeless. Once it gets dark, it gets scary. I'm 6'4", okay? I don't get easily intimidated, but trust me, I got a little bit nervous. Just imagine somebody wants to come around to invest. You know what we do as a business people? We do what is called market analysis, okay? So you can spend, $250,000 for what? For nothing. What are you going to advertise? The bad city and bad government that you have? I've been offering for a year, okay, volunteering my equipment to clean up the streets. I own dump trucks, I own equipment, and I offer it for free, to do it for free. I said, just find me a place where I can dump this thing, okay? And for a year, I've been listening. The people that tell me, oh, yes, we'll find out. It's just liability issues. Liability issues? So when somebody maybe walks around your streets and trip over and falls, that's not a liability issue? This just the look of it. It's disgusting, okay? And you passed today $41,000 to do marketing when I'm offering to do it for free, to clean up the streets for free. But nobody's willing to listen. So like I say, I came to San Bernardino because the land is cheap. That's the only reason. And you know what? You guys in government, a lot of people think government is like an alien entity. No, the government is the people. We put you guys there and we can remove you. Okay? And I want to tell you something. You guys are doing a bad job.
Steve Veneru? Oh, Figueroa.
You don't remember my name, Mayor. We were at the function for the House. I kind of feel you have a selective memory. But I'm here because, for a variety of reasons, to tell you, a number of businesses that come to our organizations to tell you, you guys are probably the most anti-business city in the Inland Empire. And that's part of the problem. The image problem, paying $240,000, cancel the contract and get psychologists. It will really help. Okay? I don't know how else to say that. I don't know if you guys are being videoed because we're watching on videos while everyone's talking, you guys playing on your cell phones and everything else. That is totally not cool. The eye gestures and everything. People are looking. And you want their votes? Come on. If you want their votes, at least act. Take acting classes to impress the people. I mean, I don't know what else to say. I mean, your ordinance, for cannabis, while you guys are getting done, other cities are already done. And they're getting the revenue. They're getting the revenue. And even you heard the good attorney and the prior speakers tell you that it's not correct. So you establish it, but revisit it again because it needs to be amended. Eliminate the lawsuits. The only people making money in this city for cannabis are the lawyers. Your tax dollars, all your time. Why don't you just get it right and say, we're going to have a focus group meeting. By the end of this Saturday, it's done. That's it. And then bring it to the city. That's it. Get it over with. Bring the lawyer, bring the people that are suing you, and get it done. It's called like a mandatory settlement conference. You can do it. It's all legal. A mediation dispute resolution. Save yourself a lot of money. Okay? But more importantly, I watch how when you do this, you disrespect for the First Amendment when people come here. You readily speak when you want a favorite program. Oh, yeah, everyone has something to say because it's making them look good. You should review a decision called Baca versus Moreno. People have the right to criticize you. If you have thin skin, then get out of the office. It's part of your business. Okay, don't get your feelings hurt when somebody's up here telling you they're calling you on the carpet that you promised this and you're delivering that. We hear that with Donald Trump every day, and right now we see 7 Trumps. I mean, what they're asking for is to help create jobs. How can you be against that? How can you be against creating jobs? But right now, you are. You don't perceive it, but listen to the people. Because we go to councils all over the state and speak, and nowhere is public speaking last but in San Bernardino. You stifle free speech. It should be the very first thing on your agenda. You stifle free speech here. You disrespect the Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you. Roxanne Williams.
Good evening, Mayor, Common Council, staff, and the public. My name is Roxanne Williams, and I am here to speak about Chairman Frank Montez and the recent allegations about racially insensitive remarks here at City Council. but at first I'd like to speak about his high credentials. Frank is a visionary leader and highly qualified. He is a state board member with the California Small Business Association, always advocating for small business owners. Small business owners are the first progenitor of local jobs. They create the jobs first. Thus, Frank is all about job growth. He also is on the Southern California Edison Small Business Advisory Board. In addition, he supports safety with police and fire, as he is the business liaison for the National Latino Police Officers Association and board member for the Fire and Burn Foundation. He is currently the chair of the entire state of the California Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, CHCC, a statewide organization, and the past chair of the Greater Riverside Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. And most importantly, he is a small business owner. Now, I have personally seen Frank advocate for small businesses on many occasions. I was a former board member for the NLBWA of the Inland Empire, a small business chambers of commerce. So I have personally seen his leadership and advocacy for women business owners. He knows how to unify people and bring them together. He brought a group of more than 20 small business chambers of commerce together who are feuding, and he unified them and then got them to elect him to be the president of the entire state of California for the CHCC. That takes a visionary leader. That is why I am disgusted to hear the racist epithets lobbed at him during a city council meeting allegedly, and the alleged intimidation that followed thereafter. It behooves the mayor, the city council, and staff to not allow this abhorrent and disturbing behavior during meetings. If the image you want to project from the westbound communications, the contract that you just approved tonight, if you want it to be a positive one, well, gosh darn it, start here first. Let's be positive in our city council meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. Frank Montez?
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. I want to also thank the residents and the citizens for staying here this late. It's sad to see when a parent is on the phone asking if their kids have ate yet because they're still standing here ready to give their opinion of what's happening in the city. So I'm glad to hear that you're finally going to put it first, because the citizens should come first. But as I was listening here earlier, we were talking about community engagement and community participation. I was here last month doing exactly that when I got racial slurs in the audience, and yet also threats. If you would listen clearly and understand, when somebody asks you, where are you from, Ese? The next thing that comes flying is a bullet. I'm sad that the law enforcement didn't take that into account, because there's been a lot of murders here in the city of San Bernardino where people that's the last words they've heard. But I guess if it was coming from a Latino or an African American, things would have been different. But you have an ex-city attorney which has been racist since day one, say that, he gets a pass. But as I go sit down, I have law enforcement putting their hand on my shoulder. There was a lot of things that I wanted to say, but the most important thing is that you need to listen to your community. You need to listen to people that come and give their time to try to assist the city and help. Nobody here is looking for anything except for a better city and a better community. That's what we all look for. But I do want to say that I'm really, really disappointed in the 3 Latino board members that sit on this council, that sat there and did not say one word. You know, people are judged by the actions that they do, but they also get judged on the inactions. And I'm here to say that that when somebody says that they represent the Latino community, but yet you have a Latino leader right in front of you, and you have racist remarks from a racist community member and you stay silent, that means that you're okay with it. So, Mr. Barrios, I've known you for many years, but when you stand there and ask and say the community is 69% Latino, you don't represent them. Mr. Valdivia, you don't represent them. I can tell you that right now. Because if you would have stood up and stopped those racial slurs. But you guys didn't. Either you have a conflict there or you're working on something with them. I don't know. But the thing is, you failed. You failed your Latino community. And some of you are running for re-election. Don't count on that Latino support. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Nick Gonzalez.
Mr. Mayor.
Nick Gonzalez. Rab McDermott. Tim Prince. When we're done.
Good evening, Mayor, Common Council, ladies and gentlemen. Tim Prince, lifelong resident of the city. I consider myself a little more in the know than the average citizen, maybe. When I arrived here, I always think, the temporary city hall address is 201 North E Street. So I go to the identified door that says council chamber on it, and it's locked. No way in. So if you know that you come up to the 5th floor of the parking structure and you can get in that way, that's great. This is just the latest example of this council discouraging citizen input. You just heard from a member of the greater public who was assaulted at a city council meeting and nobody did anything. But yet, you do listen to certain people. Who are they? Yeah, the ones that make $240,000, millions of dollars of consulting fees. You guys love to listen to those people. But you don't listen to the citizens that take their time to try to find their way in the temporary building to talk to you. It's all priorities. And your response to the Montes incident, let's further restrict speaking rules. Let's prevent people from repeating themselves. You know what that's called? Content-based censorship. Right, Mr. City Attorney? You don't get to tell speakers how to use their 3 minutes. What you should do is listen to them and respect them. On the way in from the 5th floor of the parking structure, I looked over at the beautiful, architecturally significant City Hall building, which you're just now starting to figure out what it might take to fix that building. Is there a reason why that couldn't have been done before you let the city manager of the day move you out on a moment's notice? The only public building in the state of California that was suddenly closed after the Salton Sea earthquakes in the city of San Bernardino, just because the city manager told you so. Nobody else in the state of California was afraid and had to immediately close their building because there was a 1% elevated risk of an earthquake, and that set off a frenzy. And you let your consultants, highly paid, and your insiders convince you to leave a building that is now being neglected and is now standing there as a monument to the past of this city because there's not much going on with you in the present. How about in the future listening to the citizens, not just during election time, but all the time? Thank you.
Thank you. Sandra Ibarra.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for all of us who are here late. I just want to mention on some of the issues that we're having in the second ward. I am repeatedly reporting that there is some broken sidewalks. The first one I like to point out is the one on H and 27th Street. I reported that broken sidewalk 2 years ago. It has not been fixed. And unfortunately, there is a gentleman on a wheelchair. And if anybody knows H Street, traffic zooms up and down that street all day, every day on H Street. And this gentleman, the only way around is by going down on his wheelchair down the street to get up to the next entry, back onto the sidewalk. So that one's been reported for 2 years and nothing's been done about it. 795 West Highland. It's also Highland Avenue. It's one of our entries from the freeway. It's where the 7-Eleven is. That sidewalk is also elevated, unsafe for pedestrians. 696 West 20th. I just recently reported this one through one of my walks in the community. That one was broken, and I hope that gets fixed real soon. These are neglected items in the second ward, Mr. Barrios, and we hope this gets fixed. The other item that is pretty scary, 400 West Highland, from E to D Street and to the 21st Street, all the street lights are out. I reported that over a month ago. I reported illegal, unoperable vehicles, and I get a closed response saying that the vehicle was gone. No, the vehicle was never gone. The owner actually came and moved it 3 days later. But that was the response I got from the city, from PD, that there was no vehicle where I said there was a vehicle. I sent a picture of the vehicle saying, I just got home and it's still there with the same spider webs, the same weeds. So please, this is my plea, to please look into these CRMs. Make sure that they are taken care of. When they're being closed, have somebody confirm them. Thank you.
Any other speaker slips? All right, thank you. Again, for information purposes, the public comments for items on the agenda will be moved to the first part of the agenda, beginning on the next meeting. Any items to be referred to council committees? Announcements by City Council? You got Councilman Nick Valdivia.
Yeah, it's a referral to a committee. I just want to make an announcement on the referral to a committee. I now sit on the league, been appointed on the Housing Community Development, so I have meetings shared with Councilman Nickel. He has a transportation committee or something, and I'm on Housing Committee, so I wanted to make that announcement to our general public.
You're talking about the league? Thank you.
And we have a policy meeting coming up April 12th.
Councilman Nickel?
Yeah, and just I will be out of town on April 18th. I will be part of the League of Cities Legislative Day in Sacramento. I will be attending that event, so I will be out of town. Yeah.
City Manager, any comments?
One item, as a reminder, we've been through this process with committees and the commissions. We do have vacancies, so we are accepting applications. That's available online. Maybe most critically, part of the reason why I wanted to have these tonight, you also need to make appointments to the Council Compensation Committee that was established to review compensation. So I do have copies of applications if you'd like to take those. And again, if you'd like to encourage, take as many as you want. And they are also available online for, again, potential appointments to various commissions, as well as that committee that you've established.
Thank you. City Attorney? Yes. No. All right. We will reconvene here upon the conclusion of closed session.